What's good, Royal Family? We're back. We're about to go live. Well, we are live. But before we start our live, let's listen to Twista Adrenaline Rush. Let's go.
What happens when you combine the darkness with the light?
Bringing pain like two bad nurses, and the pain from these here motherfucking verses. Ridiculous thirsts involving hearses. To the dirt shit first, fixing is in autos to work with. Slugs to the shirt shit, just a squirt shit. I'm making it with an expert kid. From birth to the earth split, it'll hurt it. Show you how worse it than worse get in its zone. See the vein when the pain repellent, then the clothes and the curtains bitch.
When adrenaline's pumping,
I don't understand discussion. Only hear certain shit. I'm a misunderstood nigga, and I'm off my square. I got me reversing clips and dispersing shit.
what can I say to make you see how the fuck I feel? To make me wanna jump off of the edge. I'm charged up and stuff is getting shot up on the leg. No pain instead of cane, I took a blood off to the head.
So tell me what it's.
Retaliate with lethal repercussion. I feel the reaper rushing and go into things like it's a wicked stick. If the Benadryl or hop like a Benadryl to get the kicking shit for niggas and bitches that I kick it with. I was born to get you pumped up. It's like some lead bust, cause it give motherfuckers a head rust. And your head bust when you jumped up. Cause what I said must stick at you geek, my eyes red bust. But smoking shit the niggas hit on and die. Made me wanna slip the clip on the side. And if you act like a bitch on the side, if you have to, then the whole west side and let the shit go on the ride with the trigger bust. Like when the motherfucker have to come and pick up the pump to make his opposition chest kick up and jump. When you lit up the gun to make your body get up and like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make a trigger click up and dump. So turn the bass kick up and bump and let the rhythm fit up the drum. Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make his opposition chest kick up and jump. When you lit up the gun to make your body get up and jump. Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make a trigger click up and dump. So turn the bass kick up and bump and let the rhythm fit off the drum. Pulling up and bailing out like we car sick and ready to start shit. Start a burying some hairs like an ostrich and load the whole cartridge. And throw the shells in the garbage. The hardest the motherfuckers can never achieve what I've accomplished. Young bucks, my accomplice, located this existence with my sixes like a compass. Decided on a journey to establish and start this. Rush up in the hearts of other niggas to get them charged. What's the real reason? Oh, you haters try to murder me, so now it's kill season. And even though I'm still bleeding, I'ma keep coming because I'm still breathing. And y'all can't trace me. I'm burying my victims in the wall like Gacy. Too lyrical. And since it's nip of my umbilical, these flows me critical. My music is miracles like I'm biblical. Kill like I'm nutty and a buddy love. And still wouldn't leave a bloody glove. Let's start the truck up, let's beat the fuck up. Get away smoking the blunt up. Adrenaline pumping veins, he broke my pumped up.
And I'm calibrated at 360 degrees. See, that's 300 niggas that's gonna die about 60 slugs to do this deal. Psychodrama. We too much for the industrialists to fuck with this. On the brink of fucking up some shit. Dismantle, deduct some shit. It's hard to imagine what niggas got nerves to do. So I guess I just take that fucking nerve from you, then think what I'm on the verge to do. And I got the urge to let somebody close your curtains, fool. From killing the verses, fool. I be one of the worstest, dude. I'm the worstest. Looking about 9 millimeters above your surface. Unleash these things, then I defeat your purpose, bitch. Your adrenaline rush.
Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make his opposition chest kick up and jump. When you lit up the gun to make your body get up and jump. Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make a trigger click up and dump. So turn the bass kick up and bump and let the rhythm fit up the drum. Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make his opposition chest kick up and jump. When you lit up the gun to make your body get up and jump. Like when the motherfucker have to go and pick up the pump to make a trigger click up and dump. So turn the bass kick up and bump and let the rhythm fit up the drum.
All right, y'all. We got to talk about this for real. Okay? Period. So before we initially get started with this video or this live stream, I should say, I wanted to share a video with y'all. Okay? Of course, I edited. The reason why I didn't come live last night was because I edited the video we're going to watch tonight. I got off work late and tried to make the best of my time anyway. So today, I got off work, spent time with the kids and all that. You feel what I'm saying? And something was brought to my attention, but I was over there being nosy anyway. If y'all remember, right? Shout out to everybody in the room, first of all. I'm disrespectful as fuck. I apologize. Is my audio good? What's good, Nicolette? I see you crazy. Third Eye. What's good? Emmanuel. Roll a mile in my shoes. Y'all check out her channel. It is a great channel. Um, what's good, Bell? Hell yeah, adrenaline rush. I like listening to old school music, especially lately. I don't know, but I was banging that in my motherfucking car, and I was like, I should play this one live. I don't think I played it for a while. You know what I'm saying? What's good, Haitian QT? What's good? Much love. Um, so a while ago, right? I had said that, me and Sanetta basically have had our run-ins. Okay. I used to be a mod over there. I went on his channel talking with Ashe Divine, or they used to be Ashe Divine, about molestation as a topic. It was really good. I got it somewhere I can re-upload it. But y'all know that when Polight, this whole thing happened with Polight or whatever, I definitely came out and stated my opinion. We went the fuck in, okay? Now, I don't know why motherfuckers is acting all crazy on YouTube about when niggas like Saneter hit their panel. They literally turn into a little bitch and become what I would say starstruck, right? But recently, he was on his channel, right, doing a bullshit ass debate. But it was on a good topic though, flat Earth or not. With Brother Sanchez and I believe Black Jesus Ministry. Don't hold me to that. Anyway, so Polight calls in. He has a back and forth or whatever. It was cool, calm, collective, back and forth, but still, polite. You know how he talk. He be, will word fuck you. He'll just throw a whole bunch of big ass words at you and shit, but really ain't talking about shit. Anyway, so Sanetta claims that after the live, Polight called him and said that he wanted to debate Brother Sanchez. Now, I don't got no issue with Brother Sanchez, but I do have one question. If you know that this man is about to go to court on May 1st for trial for getting semen stains on a child, why would you be interested in a debate? And also, why, after I asked Sanetta, now Sanetta don't have to listen to me, you know what I mean? But I think it's a bad look for him to push Polight during this time, at least, right? If he's not guilty, then it will all come out in court. But he's over there pushing him to come back out and be some fake ass fucking leader that the community does not need. Not only did Polight get 6 semen stains on a little girl, he also motherfucking scammed the community out of so much money, it does not make sense. Now, people claim that they don't like him, but they like him. And when they see him, they get all, they pussy get wet and shit, right? Or they booty hole get wet. I don't know. And I'm just wondering, you know what I mean? I thought back to all the times that Sanetta had been on my platform, right? It's definitely about a handful. And we're going to look at one today because Just My 5 Senses made this video, right? It basically is a recap of what happened the night after, right? Sanetta had last came on my platform. I don't know about these other people, but I would not be interested in having any discourse with Sanetta. And then, you know what I mean? Like, you're out here talking about you're standing up for victims or whatever, some of the people. And it's just really crazy that those same people really never talked about Polight in his case. So why is it that we overlook people? A lot of people go at Hassan, but they won't go at Polight, vice versa, whatever. I ain't judging nobody. It's just something that I noticed. But before we get started today with my edit, we're going to look at Just My 5 Senses edit. I almost bit my damn lip. Because this was very important. Now, you'll hear her say, stay woke, or I think something like that. And at the time, it really didn't hit me like that. But for some reason, all these videos, like I just started seeing the video. I seen the video that I edited. I seen this one just popped up, like out of nowhere. It was just right there, like, boom. Oh, you're mad at this nigga? Boom. I wasn't even looking on there for anything about Polight, okay, period. So maybe because I looked up Sanetta, but anyway, this is like the last time I believe that Sanetta was on my platform. He was at this time very upset because I was calling out Brother Polight. But at the same time, I said, don't push him on your platform right now. Wait until the trial is over. And then what we're going to do, then you go from there. Shit, what the fuck? And I told myself, I made a deal with myself. I said, self, just leave Sanetta alone because certain information can't be brought out. I can't divulge it because it's not mine to divulge. So I'm waiting on other people. Plus, he out here running around trying to bring back Brother Polight. And I'll be damned, royal family. So we're going to look at this video right here called A Recap of the Other Night, Sanetta, Preach, Uncle Suge, Royal Family Member Edit. Shout out to Leak You. Shout out to Observing Stuff. I see you. I see you. What's good? Lord have mercy. Okay? Period. Much love. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button. And we'll get, this video is really short. It's like 6 minutes and 48 seconds. And then we'll get on with my edit and commentary in that matter. Let's go. You said you were going to send your fucking goons. You sent me death threats. You even played on my children's social media. Sanetta.
Excuse me. Hey, Queen, how you doing? How you doing, Queen?
You got audacity to come up here.
Huh?
Can you get Nikki Chanel? I mean, it's just also weird. We're not gonna find that. Hold on, let me say. Now, if you don't know, Nikki Chanel is an alleged, at the time of all this, what I'm going to tell you, she was 15. Allegedly, Sanetta was like 33 or 30 something. And allegedly, he had sexual relations with a girl named Nikki Chanel. But, people aren't putting out the information. They claim to have it. But I understand because Sanetta is a bully out here, period. So that was the portion of the Nikki Chanel thing, just in case you didn't know. Something really quick. I'm gonna let you talk. Hold on. Now, this is the homegirl, just my 5 cents, on there talking to people, on this app. And remember that Sanetta just claimed that he was a milkman. Listen.
New York, right? I have an off-topic question.
Yeah, I'm definitely coming to New York. So, oh yeah, pop shit, girl. You can see everybody else is.
Okay, in New York, are there still milk delivery men or milk delivery people?
Nobody knew nothing about that.
Hell no. I was finna say, we don't even like the mailman coming in our yard. Man, that's what I was finna say. Motherfuckers ain't walking out here dropping off milk no more.
And then came out with this situation with Nikki Chanel. Now you knew, Sanetta, you knew that I was gonna look into it.
Big shout out to that woman, man. In New York, there's still dudes out there going from house to house delivering vitamin D. Stop lying, man. Cut this shit, bro. She asking real questions out here, man. You ain't getting the cold, man. Start tighten up, tighten up. You okay? It ain't that late.
Did you see the video when I went down the block on 150th Street?
Were you talking about a real milkman? Or you talking about dropping off some shit like vitamin D?
And I asked all the people around, have you ever noticed Sanetta to be with any Nikki?
Okay. No. I just asked because I just caught Sanetta in a lie.
But what if that nigga works for Borden's Gordon? What if he is dropping off milk? He must be dropping stuff at the bodega.
So, cause nigga said when I came home from prison, me and Nikki was together.
Now, if this nigga talking about he going door to door, you got his ass.
Just fall asleep.
And I fell back because I don't want to look stupid twice, 2 times in a row.
Then all this information came out about you and all this other shit. Like, why didn't you look? You claimed, right, that Renentech is related to your wife.
She's not related through family. The parents knew where the child was. 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 I don't want to jump out the window this time. I jumped out the window. I jumped out the window. I jumped out the window. I remember this shit like it was yesterday.
I've been doing this for years. I've been not in the conscious community or whatever, but I've exposed sexual predators in white communities, black communities, on YouTube, off of YouTube. You knew that I was gonna. This is my genre. Research, you don't gotta do research when the news said that they found 6 semen stains on that child.
Because I considered you my friend,
Cynthia, when she was underage and you was in prison and bringing your 2-year-old son up there at the time. That would have made it that she was 13 when she got pregnant. You were.
Queen, listen. I said, baby, I gotta clear my name.
What's up with the brown band?
Sure, I made a mistake. Sure, I made a mistake. Damn, let me take that shit back. I gotta be careful. You're right. Sure, you're right. And that's what I mean. How do you expect me to take that?
Oh, Saneter, there's echo.
You got an echo.
I get an echo all of a sudden.
You got headphones on, son?
No, I'm on my phone.
No, he good. He good now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. Fuck the comments. I ain't gotta look at it.
What about what you did to Suge when you said that he was a sexual predator and you knew damn well that he wasn't?
Okay, Clyde.
But you're mad at me.
Did you believe he was
the whole time to call me Clyde. I'll drop. I have to re-drop my video because y'all been false flagging me.
I never, no. I've been stopped. I don't flag you, Queen. I don't flag you. I don't even watch it. It just popped up on my channel.
You said I've been stopped, and then you said I don't flag. I'm sorry, I listen to words.
I've been stopped. I don't flag you, Queen. I don't flag. But no, you was asking me questions about Chuck.
Don't fall asleep.
No. Listen, what I said was he is saying that they dropped the charges. You are looking at edited videos with these niggas, man. I said that saying that he dropped the charges.
Saneter, you know that I do edit videos myself, correct? I do know how to. The motherfucking audacity of this nigga. He sat on his channel also and said that the mother dropped the charges, and also in this live stream, obviously this portion of this live stream that we're watching right now, sat here and said that he said it again. And that's false information. Brother Polight, well, fake Brother Polight, child molester, pedophile Brother Polight, goes to fucking trial May 1st. Do that, and I do like to find the raw, natural video. I went to your page the day of that you said this because there was there was an outcry. People was talking, right? And
the keys in this motherfucker now, nigga.
I see.
Hey, man, stop speaking my name, bitch, nigga. Stop speaking my name, you hoe ass nigga. Get ready to run, bitch. Run, bitch.
Yeah, he ran up out of
Run, bitch. I'm sick
immediately.
Speaking my motherfucking name on this bitch.
Immediately.
Hell yeah, that nigga gonna run. Run, bitch. Now I'm gone.
Shout out to Suge. I really want to. All right, now let's get to it. That video that we just watched right here, let me drop the link for it. Because we got some shit to talk about. So sure enough, I went to his page, from the link that was sent to me. And this is kind of fucked up because if y'all remember the AIDS situation, we're going to talk about that a little bit. We're also going to talk about lupus and the fact of him bringing back Brother Polight And we're also going to talk about a little bit Elijah Muhammad, okay? Because he referenced Elijah Muhammad. So we're going to motherfucking re-put the shit out there again. Shout out to Barbershop Conversations, okay? The fucking documentary that he made was amazing. I paid for it. The link is in the description. You definitely want to check it out. He put it together. He did an amazing job. Okay, period, point blank. But we got to talk about that because I'm just finding that all these people that Sanetta, like not all, but a lot of these people that Sanetta pushes or references or whatever, and then the whole thing about Nikki Chanel and all that, right? This nigga either gotta be a pedo or a pedo enabler. So I just don't understand how a motherfucker could 1 minute, you know, you're up here talking about you're a fucking leader, you're spreading false information on your platform in various ways, but motherfuckers is like tripping over theirself to get on your platform. It's really fucking sad and pathetic. But we're gonna look at this because one thing that he said in there, you know, the AIDS accusation came up and all that. So we're gonna look at a edit that was done on that just for references, right? And then he talks about it. So there is about maybe 13 minutes of educational purposes type of stuff on lupus. And I'm not saying that Sanetta has AIDS or lupus, but that's what he says, okay? Now, there is signs of lupus, but I've never seen Sanetta with them. I will say that. However, I'm not saying that he has AIDS or HIV, but he was talking about it, so we're going to talk about it. He also went on to, you know, obviously him and Napashada have allegedly broke up, and he's on his platform pushing polygamy, but at the same time whispering in relation to the rest of the video, whispering about the shit. Because he doesn't want his wife to hear him. She's right there. At one point, he mutes his audio and, you know, they have some little, you know, small conversation. He's seen on camera laughing and smiling. So I could only imagine what, you know, was said behind the thing. But look, I ain't coming for Cynthia, but let me tell you something. Any woman that's involved in polygamy is a weak ass, stupid fucking bitch. You're submissive and you're just dumb. But he pushes that, and then it kind of, you know, he references Elijah Muhammad, and then we kind of go into that. Just giving you a rundown of the next 45 minutes and 51-second video that I edited on this whole type of situation. Because at the end of the day, Sanetta said in the video that people push this AIDS thing and blah, 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 whatever. Well, the person that sent me the link is actually a nurse. She's one of the royal family nurses. I'm not going to say her name, but she, we had a Discord, you know, back and forth behind the scenes, and she made it known that sometimes in some situations with certain lupus, you know, people that have lupus, they could have a false positive AIDS or HIV test, okay? So again, I'm not saying that he does or doesn't, but we're going to address the topic because he's saying that motherfuckers push shit just to, you know, have something to say or have some content or whatever. But that's never the case with me. In reality, nigga, I'm on your motherfucking ass for trying to uplift this bitch ass motherfucking nigga with your bitch ass. You know damn well this nigga ain't shit. Okay, period. We all know why in the fuck he's going to trial. And it's just disgusting that he even has those videos up, but let alone he's been reposting old videos, editing them and reposting them. And then this conversation where Brother Polight calls in recently on his platform. And he's up here like, oh, fuck that shit. I'm not going to go against Polight. You know, this whole rhetoric again, while he, you know, targets somebody that's in the chat that is allegedly from France. And allegedly this person says bad things about Black people, and Sanetta wants us to do something. But why aren't people in France dealing with dude? Why we got to do that? Why we got to waste time? Look, that ain't my fight, okay? Period. Period, point blank. And I don't even know dude. I don't watch dude. I don't even know who he's talking about. He doesn't say a name or nothing. But I just find it mighty ironic, just the way that he, came up here and did this. So we're going to take a look. Again, the video is 46 minutes and 51 seconds. And then we will continue commentary. I didn't leave none in here, so I may stop it a time or two. But let's
Buddha.
All right. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Saneter TV, House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. I am your host for this evening, and I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be long at all. For those of y'all who didn't catch the stream yesterday with brother Black Jesus Minister and brother Sanchez, brother Polight called in last night to challenge brother Sanchez. Right after the show, Polight called me. So brother Polight wants to get back in the ring, and he wants Sanchez to be on the chopping block. And so for those of y'all who missed it, I'm going to play it for you. And then we're going to deal with brother Polight and Sanchez and see what y'all want. If y'all want that, I can give it to you. All right. If y'all want that smoke, y'all want that fire. Sanchez said he's willing to do it. He's willing to get in the ring with a bigger fish. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Brother Polight.
All right. What's going on, Polight, man?
I'm chilling, man. I got some questions. One of the questions I had is, are the other planets flat, or are any other planets flat, or is it just Earth within the solar system?
What I'm saying, when we look in the sky, we're seeing like Venus and Mars. That's the sun and moon to the next plane. But these are planets. Planet is a plane enclosed in a net.
Okay.
All right. Brother Polight, you still there?
Yeah, my goal is to debate. I actually was just curious about the information, and I know that this is Black Jesus and Sanchez discussion, so I didn't want to undermine the conversation.
Right.
I'm more curious than I am an antagonist, because before I can antagonize, I have to first learn. So I'm just curious, you know what I'm saying? Because I never really gave it too much attention, but I know he's one of the people that's like highly revered in terms of the argument. So, I'm honored to be able to ask him, as he's one of the, I would say, pioneers in the movement in the Black community, as far as I believe.
Right.
So why he didn't go on any of these smaller channels that are talking about, you know what I'm saying, flat Earth, which I don't have an issue with brother Sanchez outside of this. You know that this nigga is in court, okay? He ain't went to jail yet. They're fucking prolonging the shit. I have left updates and updates and updates on the case on my pages. So why would, I'm not the only one talking about this, so why would, he be interested? He talking about much respect? Bro, that is crazy as fuck, bro, Sanchez, that you would even respect the nigga like this. I would have told him hell no. But motherfuckers be so hard up to be seen that they would just, you know what I'm saying, shake hands with the motherfucking devil. Even like Saneter. Saneter don't mean nobody no good. Polight is his cash cow. We know why he bringing back Polight, but why is Polight going at bro Sanchez? This is a play.
Flat Earth. So, I'm just curious. I would suppose gravity would have to be an illusion as well, correct? Like you couldn't believe gravity exists if the Earth is flat, correct?
Well, Saneter Bell Gates said, why is Sa looking like the devil from Tales from the Hood? Look, Saneter is the Don King of the conscious community. Okay, period. He don't give a fuck about nobody, period, point blank. And this little devil over his shoulder is that money he chasing. He a clout demon too. I don't care how big your channel is. You can be a clout demon with a big channel. And then let's talk about the fact that Saneter basically motherfucking stole from, you know what I'm saying, scholars and other people before him to really get uplifted. And he ain't did shit for their ass.
You believe in gravity?
Well, it ain't that I think gravity is an illusion. I think it's just what they call it, a theory.
D equals M over V, or density equals mass over volume. So how would that make sense in retrospect to gravity being a theory as opposed to an actuality?
That's why I'm showing and proving, because the scientific method is about observation. You can, it's scientists right now that has an equation for some of the most abominable things. Why? Because in a mathematical equation is just a mathematical way of supporting a theory, and numbers can lie.
When we use the word theory, there's a distinction to be made amongst theory and then.
Now listen, because you know what's not a theory and what is fact. Those 6 semen stains being on that little girl. So just listen to this conversation. It is edited because a lot of it was fluff, bullshit. A lot of it was polite, you know, word fucking us again, throwing out big words, regurgitating shit that he learned off of Google and, you know, books that he read and shit, and claiming that it's his information, that type of shit.
Scientific theory. So the theory I believe you're talking about is the general sense of the meaning, you know, and that's when, you know, we're not sure. There's implications, there's intimations we would like to believe, things kind of suggest or allude to, and that's just the general theory. But then scientific theory is actually something that's actually tried and proven over and
ooh, like that DNA test, baby. What?
Over and yet to be proven wrong. And that's scientific theory. So scientific theory gets tried and proven over and over and over and over and over and over. But the other theory is the one that's more like a hypothesis or educated guess. So I think that's where this gets a little convoluted, because I'm more focusing on, if we are going to talk about theory, I'm more leaning on the scientific theory that's going through the protocols for observation. So that way we're not led astray. Not to digress, but just to address somebody in the chat who says
that part, Bell Gates, that part right there.
Basically, if it's proven, then it's not a theory. So what am I talking about? So the word theory, as most of you guys know it, you know it alludes to something that's not definitive. It alludes to just speculation and the unknown. But when you talk
now, the issue is, Bell Gates, is bro Sanchez in on the play as well. Is he aware, or is that really how he feels, that a motherfucker could be going to trial and out on bail for 6 semen stains on an underage child, and he would still debate them over flat earth? Like, great topic. It's definitely good. I don't hate bro Sanchez's, you know, commentary or videos or anything like that, but I'm gonna have to unsub. I be in the clouds a lot, but I'm gonna have to unsub from him if, you know, this is what the fuck he on.
Talk about scientific theory, the word takes on a different connotation. You can't let the word theory throw you off, because now we're prefixing scientific theory to it. And then you got to go into the etymology of the word theory, which simply means to observe or to speculate. So based on speculation, we are now being impelled to conduct the scientific method. And when the scientific method is employed, then we're able to accumulate enough results so we're not just dealing with belief, so we can definitively conclude that this thing checks out. So don't let the word throw you off, because the problem is you're not aware of the many facets or different genres and how a word can be used and change. Or
let me say,
like, and then did you just hear that? Like, he was just doing way too much. Much love, just my 5 senses. Since I always put an S at the end of shit, y'all. We looked at the video that you had edited a while back when Sanetta was recently on my platform. And I heard you saying, you know, I can't even remember what it was now. Stay woke or whatever when I first watched it. But it popped into my recommends, I guess, after I started looking up Sanetta and shit. My own video popped up and I rewatched it, right? And I'm glad that it did pop up, because it was important. So shout out to you for editing that video and doing the recap. I appreciate it. But we on this nigga's ass.
Something real quick, y'all. Let me say something to you real quick. Let me look at y'all so y'all can look me in my eyes. Every day, you got a no good, filthy, dirty ass nigga in France. Every day, make slandered videos about Sanetta being a child molester, right? Every day. This goes on every day. This nigga want my peanuts in his mouth, but he can't get that because I don't get down like that, okay? So every day, you got a filthy ass French nigga that call y'all monkeys. Over here, he call y'all monkeys. Y'all don't say one word about it. Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty. Totally different. So don't none of you niggas say one fucking word about who I allow on my platform. When none of you niggas say a goddamn thing. about this motherfucking French nigga over there every fucking day talking about Saneter and the house of pedophiles. All right?
Nigga, I wish the fuck I would ever take up for you, bitch. I drugged the fuck out of your ass, and arguing with a fucking French nigga is not my genre, okay? Find somebody else to windmill for you. I'm pretty sure Uncle Suge is not gonna do it, or half of the people that made videos at least. Shout out to those that are still, you know, up to date and understand what's going on in this case.
Right? So don't come over here with that bullshit, nigga. I let who the fuck I want on my shit. Understand that. I know I'm not no goddamn pedophile. I know that for sure. But y'all niggas don't say a goddamn thing about it. And so in that sense, leave me the fuck alone. Get off my shit. I play who the fuck I want to play. If the brother called in, he called in. All right? Show the same goddamn hate for niggas that slander my name. That nigga want my penis.
So you're trying to compare a motherfucker allegedly slandering your name, because I don't know that dude, but to being a pedophile enabler, lending your platform to pedophiles, bro? Really?
In his mouth so goddamn bad. Every day. Who talks about another man every day? The French nigga was begging for me to let him on my program so we can make some money so he can show his metal nature.
Now, if you know Sanetta, this is a play that he always does. Sanetta came out and said that some white lady, you know, is my mom and this, that, and the other, and had his bitch ass general motherfucking, you know, playing and lying all on me and shit like that. But the fact still remains that even through all that deflection, I drugged the fuck out of his ass. I debunked his ass. And he want to sit up here and like think that somebody's going to go to bat for him, nigga? Like, fight your own fucking battles, my dude.
Teach his metal nature. Huh? Because I turned the nigga down, he went on a smear campaign. See, that's what y'all don't know. That's what y'all don't know. And I dare him to come here and say I'm lying. I bet you he won't say I'm lying.
Who cares if he's lying? Motherfucker, you talking about he's charging $1. He wants to charge $1 for the meta nature. Bruh. Compared to all the money that you and Polight scammed out of the community, compared to the fact that Polight is going to trial for fucking 6 semen stains on a little girl. Like, I can't believe we even have to have this conversation right now. What's good, Sister Nandy? What's good? Salute to you. Much love, you guys. Check out her channel. She's got a great channel. Also, check out Just My 5 Senses channel. Great content, you know what I'm saying? But Sister Nandy, did you motherfucking know about this shit? Cause this shit is wild as hell.
Well, ask him. Two weeks ago, nigga, you was begging to come on my channel and make $1 that charge people to come into your class. How many of y'all heard him say that? How many of y'all know that? He wanted to come on my channel, a French nigga over there, and he was begging me to allow him to come on my channel so that I can charge people to learn the metal nature. Did y'all?
Shout out to everybody in the room.
I know that. Huh? And because I didn't accept that, I was like, nah, I don't want that shit. I already knew the nigga was fake. And so because I turned him down, didn't answer him. By me not answering him, it's turning him down.
What? Why you just couldn't say, hell no, nigga, fuck you, call his ass or whatever? Nigga, I would have been on the phone with a nigga. If he's slandering me, right? You reaching out to me, asking me to be on my show, and I got a way to communicate with you, you could have had a motherfucking conversation with him. Why is you sitting over here? You know what I mean? Like, what? And Saneter always do that. He always expect motherfuckers to go to bat for him.
And the nigga would ask me every day, yo, Saneter, did you see I text you. I want to know if we can do this. Did y'all know that? Y'all didn't know that.
Facts, Nandy.
But because I never answered them, because I ain't want that garbage on my channel, huh? That nigga got mad and started, he even brought up the goddamn video I did when I talked about how the doctor tried to say I had AIDS. All y'all got to do is go and look at my original video on my channel. Don't look at a cut up video with people, with them cutting it up. That niggas.
Now, I want to say something about that. The reason why I cut up videos, I can't speak for anybody else, but the reason why I cut up videos is because those that I'm going after would have the ability to flag me. Okay, period. And Saneter knows that for a fact because him and Napa was flagging me for going after him and Brother Polight and Shaka Utmost. Okay? Period, point blank. We not finna forget. So I'm not puzzled. I'm puzzled to just come up here and tell you what he said. Then he just gonna be on his platform and be like, you a lying motherfucker. You a lying motherfucker. You ain't shit. See how they slander me? Because I don't have the proof, bitch. It's called receipts. Period.
Slandered again. I'm looking at his comment and he said, didn't Saneter said that they diagnosed him with AIDS? If I said that, prove it.
Now, really quick, I just wanted to say that this video is not saying that he got it or whatever. This is the reference that we're going to look at because I went and searched on his page that he had said it was on House of Consciousness. I even looked at Saneter for almost an hour for this video. I have seen it before, but I couldn't find it. So maybe he might want to like share it on his community tab or whatever, because I'll edit that video and my edits are truthful. Now I might, change the audio or I might do little things or put little memes in there and shit like that. But my intent is not to slander anybody. We're listening to them out of their own motherfucking mouth, make themselves look like fools and incriminate themselves. That's what we do over here. Ain't no need for me to come out and lie on this nigga about a motherfucking thing.
All right, peace and black power family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, Sal, remember you went to 4 hospitals diagnosed with AIDS?
Yeah, I remember that. What else you got, brother? What else you got?
Man,
Sa threatened to sue me too, period. He also threatened to sue Tasha K, Uncle Suge. I got a video up on it somewhere.
You said Israel Doctrina's health problem was from the Most High. So
now,
what's the reason you
watch
sick?
Watch you run like a bitch.
No, I'm not going to run. Okay, I want to know what's the reason.
So prove to the people, because the Most High said prove all things. Prove to the people that I went to the hospital with AIDS. Go ahead. I'm going to let you talk.
Facts, Nandy. This nigga, motherfuckers that be like, oh, you chopped it up and all this shit like that. Bro, there's been videos out here that were definitely chopped up. You know what I'm saying? Put out on me. But guess what? So what?
I went to like 4 hospitals.
And then, like, bro, we don't even play. Anyway, let me shut up.
And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS.
Wow, D-Laws, he got your channel took down last year. This shit is crazy. This nigga is wild. And then he'll go at somebody and then he'll private it after like his general or some other motherfucker got the video so that they can reuse it, but he's on private so he can't get strike. Now, I've never flagged Saneter. I ain't really flagged nobody in this motherfucker. But motherfuckers just showing receipts and proof and you're out here just trying to get rid of motherfuckers' channels. That's why I edit you, Saneter.
Go ahead, bitch.
No, I'm not gonna talk.
Bitch, go ahead, bitch, because you said it. So now the people gonna see that you full of shit, nigga. So prove it. I did something 8 years ago.
What's good, DJ?
And if y'all see me outside when I was on,
y'all hit that like button for me, please.
The street, I was weighing this real talk, family. Brother Sutek can tell you.
In hospitals and was diagnosed with AIDS.
All right, so prove it to the people. Don't talk about it.
Let
prove.
me play the video. Let me play the video.
Go ahead, play the video. Go ahead, play the video.
Yo, hold on, bitch. Yo, wait, bitch.
I was weighing in about $1.30. Think about that. Get the fuck up out of here. Nigga, you ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS. You's a lying pussy. So get out of here with that bitch shit, nigga. You're a liar. I'm on 125th Street. And I'm sick. And I'm about to die. I went to like 4 hospitals. You ain't learned the lessons with the Most High was trying to save you. He's sending your stupid ass.
His needle. Remember when he said that somebody took the needle out of his arm? Stop playing with me.
That's a message.
Thanks.
I'm weighing in at 130 pounds.
Hey,
walking the street like a crackhead. Show them that I said I've had AIDS. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS. Show it to him, nigga. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Show it to him. AIDS. One day I'm gonna tell y'all my story. And I kept it to myself. Coming in here lying.
So obviously in that video, he didn't tell his story, right? He didn't, but he's gonna say something about that, you know, in his video. Like he was telling his story that day. That's fucking a lie.
And calling in, I went to like 4 hospitals. You told me. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS.
So you went to 4 hospitals. They were telling you you had AIDS, and some of those were specialists.
AIDS. Nigga, if you got facts, if you got proof, bring it to the people.
And then when we bring it to the people, guess what? He'll flag it down or say you're lying.
Sutek is the only brother that walked up to me and said, "Son, you don't look good, brother. AIDS, you're not looking good." This is 8 years ago. I'm on 125th Street weighing.
Big facts. He was a crackhead DVD man. Facts. He was, you know, stealing content from scholars and other people before him that really did something for real. Sanetta ain't shit but a fucking host.
And then all my clothes was too big for me. They was falling off me. I had to tie it, make another knot to pull it. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. AIDS. Didn't the Most High send you a message, nigga? I went to like 4 hospitals. I was on my last leg. And that's when Sutek told me, "Son, you got to go to the hospital, brother." Didn't the Most High try to send you a message? And you still carrying on like a fucking asshole. I see you don't respect what the Most High did. Did the Most High give you an AIDS for being a wicked ass nigga? Yes or no? I went to like 4 hospitals. Yeah, the Most High did that. And the hospitals was telling me the Most High did this, that I had AIDS. The Most High killed him because he was wicked. I went to another doctor, a specialist in AIDS. You're going to live up to the laws and commandments and statutes of the commandments of the Most High. He's sending you a warning. Why are you going at God's people? He was a damn homo. It was a homo damn doctor. So you ain't learned from the warning. Damn. It was a homosexual doctor. Oh, the Most High gonna get you? Wow.
Anytime you gotta drink a little capsule or something or take a pill, bro, it's time to just hang it up. Especially you talking about satisfying other like women besides your wife. Oh, that's in here too.
Ain't that some shit? The Most High gonna kill you? He said, "Son, you gotta go to the hospital, brother. You're not looking good. You look bad." Oh, the Most High killed him because he's wicked. You look fucked up. That's how I was looking. And I finally took Sutek advice and went to the hospital. Yeah, the Most High killed that nigga. When that damn doctor told me I had AIDS, the Most High got rid of that wicked nigga. Man, but the Most High gave you a fucking warning. I could get a cold. If anybody got a cold, I gotta walk away from them and move away. And you still up here acting like a goddamn asshole, running around disrespecting people, and I'm sick. And I'm about to die. Yeah, the Most High did that. I went to like 4 hospitals. The Most High did this. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. So I started feeling all of that. And I was like, damn, yeah, I do have them symptoms. Next thing you know, the Most High killed him because he was wicked. I'm weighing in at 130 pounds, walking the street like a crackhead.
Hey, Sal, remember you went to
It might have been the crack, Sal.
4 hospitals diagnosed with AIDS?
Yeah, I remember that. What else you got, bro? I went to like 4 hospitals. Prove to the people that I went to the hospital with AIDS. Go ahead. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. He knew he was the best that ever did it. This doctor was the best. I recommended him to a friend of mine not too long ago. He was an expert in AIDS. You ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. When that damn doctor told me I had AIDS, the Most High did this. AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. So be careful. Because if you're not holding fast to the message and to the Lord's will, the Lord gonna get you. The Most High killed him because he was wicked. Oh man, this shit is crazy, man. Nigga, if you got facts, if you got proof, bring it to the people. AIDS. But I went to another doctor, showed them that I said I've had AIDS. A specialist, show it to him, nigga. In AIDS. Show it to him. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. AIDS. Do you agree with that or not? And that's the problem with y'all. Y'all don't know how to keep it a buck. And I'm sick. Yeah, the Most High did that. And I'm about to die. The Most High killed him because he was wicked. And I kept it to myself. And they saying shit like, Saneter got AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. Saneter got AIDS. Yeah, the Most High killed that nigga. The Most High got rid of that wicked nigga. I'ma go to the hospital. I went to like 4 hospitals. I'm gonna get my tests. And the hospitals was telling me, I'm gonna tell them that I need another copy because I know that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. I misplaced it somewhere. I was looking for it. AIDS. I'm gonna go and get my test results. And the hospitals was telling me, and then I'm gonna bring it up and show it on live that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that. I'll show it to the people that I had AIDS. Yeah, the Most High did that.
Now, everybody put your finger in the air, your pointer finger in the air, and say AIDS. Seriously though, one of the royal family nurses had hit me up and let me know about this brother Polight shit coming back and all that. Saneter, bigging him up and all that, and the phone call and all that. And then also let me know about the ANA test and how, because lupus is an autoimmune disease, a certain form of lupus, certain people that have some different type of antigen in here in their blood, can test positive for AIDS or other tests. There's a woman in here, briefly, because I spent about 13 minutes on education. We're going to learn about lupus a little bit. We're going to listen to the symptoms, and I want you guys to tell me if Saneter has displayed those symptoms. Also, we're going to listen to a short clip of a woman that I think she went to Mexico with her family, and she took a COVID test before getting on the flight at the airport, I believe. And they said that she couldn't get on the flight because she tested positive for COVID. Her family had to go home and all this and that, right? So, because I don't put out fake information, correct? I didn't know what to look at because I was looking up lupus versus AIDS, or lupus, and false positive and stuff. And I wasn't getting really the information that I wanted. So when it was brought back up to me from the nurse, I did look at a couple of links that she sent me and a couple of articles. And again, I'm not saying that he has lupus, and I'm not saying that he has AIDS, but he claims he has lupus, and he did say that he had AIDS. So I thought that, we would set the record straight, and I would show, I can't believe in a way I'm like vindicating Saneter at this moment, but I would show that it is possible that he could take an HIV or AIDS test and it could come up false positive, and he really had an autoimmune disease like lupus, a certain type, and he has a certain antigen and all that. It will be, talked about in here, but I thought fair was fair because I don't put out slander like you, Saneter. You lied on me. You lied on my king. You fucking played with my kids. You not like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like, sitting up here trying to motherfucking play all these games. You had that general nigga, the cabin in the woods nigga, playing with my motherfucking family, lying on me, and then also brought out this white lady and her family and said that that was my mother, and just some whole other shit. You never came out and corrected your shit, but I'm gonna correct this for you, and that's really all you had to do. was drop some information. You claim that you're the information, the truth is over there, and you can't even really speak up for yourself correctly. It's just really weird. But anyway, we're going to briefly hear from him, and then it's going to go into the education portion. Let's get it, y'all.
Pull up the video, show the people that I'm lying, that I said that they diagnosed me with AIDS. Show the people, nigga. Because what I did say was I was looking so bad and I was so sick and they didn't know what I had. They didn't know what was in my bloodstream. And so the minute I went to the doctor, before they even checked me, before they stuck needles in my arm to find out what was wrong with me, when they was looking, they just automatically looked at me and said, you got AIDS. That's what I said, they said, nigga. Quote me right if you're going to quote me. And so when they did that, thank God, thank the spirit of the ancestors that I had a type of knowledge in me to go and get 3 or 4 or different ones' opinions. And so what did I do? My wife called me and kicked in. Said, baby, we're going to go over here to an AIDS specialist because the doctors didn't know what the hell was wrong with me. They seen something in my blood. And so when we went to the AIDS specialist, the dude came back, the doctor, and said, hey, does anybody in your family have lupus? And I was like, lupus? Nah. And then I thought about it. I was like, oh, shit. My sister passed away from lupus.
What? So you're in the doctor's office. He asked you, does anybody in your family have lupus? That's what your sister passed away from, but you didn't remember that right away. But listen, it gets even better.
I said, yeah. He said, that's what you got in your bloodstream. You have lupus, sir. And I was like, what the fuck, lupus? And so why did they say I got it? Why would they automatically think or assume it could be AIDS?
Well, we learned a lot during this pandemic about who's more at risk for severe COVID-19 or death from the virus, but there are millions of people with autoimmune diseases who know they need to be extra careful and to get all of their vaccinations.
Yeah, but did you know that if you have an autoimmune disease like lupus, for example, you could falsely test positive on a COVID test? One Metro Atlanta woman had no idea this was a thing until she got stranded in another country.
And I was told, ma'am, you actually tested positive. And I was shocked.
And just like that, a sun-soaked, relaxing vacation with the family in Mexico ends in a tidal wave of disappointment. Jeanette McWilliams testing positive for COVID at the airport in Cancun, just 2 hours before her flight.
And we were all kind of, well, what do we do? So I was like, well, can you please test me again? They tested me again. We waited another 25 minutes. And again, the test was positive.
The rapid test results just didn't add up. But now she had no choice but to stay in the country. Her husband and 2 young children boarding the flight back to Atlanta without her, days before the new year.
Were you scared at any point during all of this?
Sure, absolutely, I was scared. And there was really no resources for me within the airport.
With help from a couple of friends in the U.S. and an airline worker, she was able to find a hotel and transportation, then got to work researching false positives on the internet. Jeanette suspected her lupus might be to blame.
I found an article in the FDA that said that, there are false positives linked to autoimmune diseases, and it's called the rheumatoid factor. And, lupus, part of the symptom is rheumatoid arthritis. So I'm like, rheumatoid lupus antibodies.
We tracked down that FDA letter from 2020 to healthcare providers. It warns that interference from human antibodies like rheumatoid factor increases the risk for a false positive with antigen tests. Piedmont's COVID Task Force Chief Dr. Jane Morgan says it can happen with a PCR as well.
When you have these positive factors, your risk of having a false positive COVID test are higher for rheumatoid factor positive people than people with ANA, that anti-nuclear antibody. And additionally, it also depends on the concentration of autoantibodies in your system.
5 tests later, 2 extra days spent in Mexico, Jeanette finally tested negative and was able to book another flight with a different airline and head back home. The whole ordeal costing her about $2,000.
How did you know that this rapid test would be different from the one that you took at the airport?
I didn't. I just wouldn't stop testing until I found the result that I know is true.
Yeah, she tested a lot. And Jeanette tells me she's now turned off from flying internationally while under these testing restrictions. But Dr. Morgan says the chances of this happening to you are rare. So if you are concerned, she says, stop by your rheumatologist and get what's called a urea dissociation test. And that test will tell you if you're rheumatoid factor positive or anti-nuclear antibody positive and more likely to falsely test positive on a COVID test. Jeanette was just able to confirm with her doctor's office that she is, in fact, RF positive.
RN.com. And in this review, I'm going to talk about systemic lupus erythematosus. And as always, whenever you get done watching this YouTube video, you can access the free quiz that will test you on this content. So let's get started. Systemic lupus erythematosus, also known as lupus or SLE, is an autoimmune condition that causes inflammation that targets organs, tissues, and joints. And this inflammation can actually be so severe that it can permanently damage these structures. Now, where are these autoimmune attacks occurring?
Remember, I want you guys to, listen to this portion. It's only about 10 minutes. And then kind of tell me, have you seen any signs or symptoms of SA over the years? I went back to 2015, 2016-ish. And for me, it's a no. But let's listen.
Where is the body actually turning on itself and causing this severe inflammation? Well, it tends to affect these structures right here, and it varies among patients. Some patients will have these areas affected, while others may have these areas affected. But you can look at the patient's signs and symptoms, and that may give you clues about which area of the body is being affected by lupus, and how they're affected can be mild to severe. So the joints can be affected, along with the skin, the lungs, the heart, kidneys, brain, and blood system. So with lupus, this is a chronic condition, and patients will experience flare-ups where they have signs and symptoms presenting to periods of remission where they are sign and symptom free, which makes it a little bit difficult to diagnose. So it takes a lot of investigative work by the physician, in that the physician has to look at the patient's family history along with the patient's health history, their presenting signs and symptoms, and certain laboratory results to actually diagnose this condition. And this condition currently does not have a cure, but there are many treatments available to actually help improve the patient's quality of life, decrease their episodes of flare-ups, and help maintain remission. Furthermore, there are different types of lupus, with SLE being the most common form. It tends to affect women more than men, specifically Black, Latina, and Asian women who are in their childbearing years. Therefore, they think that hormones may play a role with the onset of this chronic disease due to the fact that it starts whenever menstruation begins, and it gets worse during pregnancy and during that postpartum period. Also, other risk factors is a genetic factor, so a family history, along with environmental causes like too much sun exposure or exposure to a certain infectious disease or medications. Now let's talk about the pathophysiology for how lupus is occurring in the body. Well, it all starts with a cell, and we're specifically talking about how the cell undergoes death. So how the cell is supposed to die. And a fancy term for this whole process is called apoptosis. So let's take a closer look at the structure of the cell. The cell consists of many parts. It has a cell wall on the outside, and on the inside it has many important structures, with one of these structures being the nucleus. The nucleus stores chromosomes with our DNA and plays an important role with synthesis of proteins and ribosomes. Now, our body expects our cells to be healthy, and if our cells become unhealthy, they know it's time to die. Because if they decide to stick around, they can become cancerous, and they can grow and multiply and eventually kill us. So the cell sacrifices itself for the greater good of all the other cells, and it undergoes apoptosis. It knows it has to die. And again, it has to go through this process very specifically. So the cell, what it's going to do whenever it's unhappy, as our cell is up here, it's going to shrink down in size, and that outer membrane is going to start to lose its integrity and bleb out. And then the inside material is going to start to break down, like the nucleus and other things. Now, during this whole process, it's sending out like a chemical signal to other members of the immune system, such as the macrophages. The role of the macrophage is to come and ingest and engulf things that need to be cleaned up. That's its job. So once they start to arrive, what's going to happen to this cell is it's going to start to shatter into these tiny pieces called apoptotic bodies. And this macrophage, what it's going to do, it's going to go and eat those bodies right up, and then our process is complete. It's done with. Now, the problem they think with lupus is this phagocytosis is ineffective. Either this macrophage is taking too long to consume these apoptotic bodies, or they're not really consuming them at all. So these tiny fragmented pieces, which have parts of our cell in it, are hanging out in the body, and they can't do that too long until they start to leak. So they leak and spill their contents inside the body. Well, we have an immune system that's constantly on alert, on surveillance. So whenever it sees the leakage of this material from these apoptotic bodies, it's like, uh-oh, we have nuclear antigens, foreign invaders. So the immune system goes and forms anti-nuclear antibodies. And I want you to remember that, because there's a test for lupus where we're going to test them for an ANA, and it'll be positive in lupus. So that's where that's coming from. So once these antibodies are formed, it attacks these antigens. We get an immune complex there in our body. This immune complex is going to float around in the body, and it can go and collect in these systems of the body. So once these immune system complexes are in these structures, the body's like, hey, what is this? We don't like this. We need some more inflammation so we can get rid of these things. So what it does is it helps activate the complement cascade. That system helps promote, hence complement, our immune system. So you get proteins that help with this, like C3 and C4, and we get some inflammation there. Now, the body thinks it's helping because it's attacking this immune complex, but in reality, it's really attacking our own cells, specifically the material inside our cells. So if this inflammation is severe enough and it keeps happening over and over, it will eventually permanently damage these structures. Now let's talk about the signs and symptoms of lupus. What could you expect to see in a patient who has lupus as a nurse? Well, again, remember, it's going to vary among patients because it depends on where these immune complexes have decided to congregate and cause that inflammation. So we're going to start from head to toe. First, let's look at the eyes. Lupus can affect the eyes, causing them to become inflamed, so they'll present as dry and red. And
have you ever seen his eyes dry or red, or this one?
The mouth can be affected where the patient has the development of ulcers. It can also affect the brain, hence the mental part of your patient. A lot of
this right here, maybe he does, because just the thought pattern of him uplifting Brother Polight, quote unquote, fucking, charged sexual predator. Like 6 semen stains, bro. Like if they didn't have that, I'd be like, we gonna have to see about this one, but I'm really confident in Florida,
Patients, a big sign and symptom is fatigue. They feel extremely tired. They can also have memory loss. They can have psychosis. They can even have seizures. And a lot of them will start to have fevers as well. Also, the skin and hair can be affected. They will have photosensitivity, meaning the sunlight can actually activate or trigger their signs and symptoms, hence cause a
Saneter is always out in the sun.
flare. So they can have rashes on the skin. One rash is known as the butterfly rash.
Now, have you ever seen Saneter with a rash right here on his face? And we're not talking about just some shit that you can barely see, or, maybe the camera won't pick it up. No, this rash is very bright. And Saneter is not, he's not dark.
Proper term for that is malar rash. They can also have a rash called a discoid rash, and discoid means disc shape, so they're round, and they tend to be on areas of the skin that are exposed to sun. In addition, patients can have alopecia where they actually lose their hair. The heart can also be affected, and this is where you're having this inflammation on this heart muscle. It can weaken the muscle, causing heart failure. The patient can also feel chest pain where it's affecting the lining that surrounds the heart, causing pericarditis. And even the valves inside the heart that open and close, which allow blood to flow through, the lining of that can become inflamed, so you can hear heart murmurs. In addition, some patients can have lung issues where that outside lining that surrounds the lungs becomes inflamed, so they can have chest pain with that. Also, they can develop infections like pneumonia or pleuritis. The kidneys can also become affected where they just become really inflamed. And some patients can experience what's called lupus nephritis. And this is where that functional unit of the kidneys called the nephrons, this is where all of your filtering of the blood takes place with electrolytes, waste, etc., can become affected. So you can start to see protein in the urine, which will lead the patient to start to retain fluid. They can also start to have an elevated blood pressure, hypertension, from where there's so much more fluid in the blood. And the patient may need dialysis or a transplant. So it can lead to renal failure. In addition, the blood system can be affected, and we can have immune complexes, and there's a risk for infection with patients with lupus. And this can be from treatment suppressing the immune system and just the inability to effectively clear those foreign invaders due to ineffectiveness of the phagocytosis and removing those invaders. So it's important that the patient stays up to date with their vaccines, but they want to avoid those live vaccines because treatments, again, further complicate their immune system, suppressing it, and just how the disease process is in itself, it can increase their risk of developing an infection. Also, blood clots can develop, and patients can actually develop a condition called antiphospholipid syndrome. And this is where the immune system is causing the body to clot more. So blood clots can occur due to antibodies against blood cells, platelets, red blood cells, and the white blood cells can also be affected. And this is where you can start to see anemia. The joints and muscles can also be affected.
I agree, V. Bennett. We're just at the educational portion of today's edit.
A lot of patients will talk about how they have swollen joints. They will be very painful, and it'll be like arthritis type pain. In addition, they can start to have something called Raynaud's syndrome, where they will have bluish or pale fingers. And
I've never seen Saneter with that, as much as he moves his hands around. I went and looked back at several videos. Again, I was on the hunt for, he wanted, it was talking about that other video. So I was looking for it and shit. I had clicked on several videos, and over the time span, I never saw that. And we know that Saneter goes live basically religiously. he's not spending like a week or two off of here like I would, like I do, you know. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm just saying.
Toes whenever they're exposed to cold. And in winter,
Thank you, Rolla Mile. I thought at the same time, you know, get some education in, because lupus does affect, you know, melanated people, you know, Black people. So we got to know about it. And also it affects mostly women, and you know, it can affect your pregnancy. She's going to talk about that. So I thought that regardless, this would be a good teaching moment for, you know, about lupus. You know, shit, people could be out here fucked up and they think, you know, something is wrong or nothing is wrong or whatever, and then they don't, you know what I'm saying?
women who are in
Just saying.
childbearing years, the
Shit.
uterus can be affected because there is an increased risk of clotting. So flare-ups can happen, leading to blood clotting during pregnancy and during the postpartum period due to the fluctuation of hormones. So it's important that the patient, if they want to get pregnant, plans it in advance. And most patients need to have their disease in remission for at least 6 months in order to prevent a flare during pregnancy. Now let's talk about the nurse's role for a patient who has lupus. How do we care for them? Well, we've already learned that lupus can affect any system of the body. So our care really needs to be tailored to whatever system is being affected by lupus. And it can really vary among patients. So one complication that can happen is like lupus nephritis. And we know nephritis means kidney inflammation. So our nursing care really needs to be focusing on those kidneys. How can we do that? Well, more than likely, the physician's going to order some labs to monitor kidney function, and it's our job to look at those labs and report abnormalities. So we can look at the BUN and creatinine. This will be elevated if we're having renal insufficiency. Also, you can check the urine for protein, because there should not be protein in the urine. That tells us the nephrons of our kidneys are slipping up in that they're allowing protein to go into the kidneys and the patient's urinating that out. So they'll have proteinuria. Also, we need to look at the patient's urinary output, collecting that urine every time they void and measuring that out, because we want to make sure they're at least putting out 30 cc's per hour in a 24-hour period. Also, we can weigh them, put them on a scale, and measure that daily. Are they retaining fluid? If they are, if they're elevating in their weight, that tells us they are gaining weight. That means they're probably keeping fluid, because kidneys help us maintain our fluid balance. So you want to look for signs of heart failure, like pulmonary edema or swelling in those lower legs. Is your patient having shortness of breath, etc.? But let's say our patient's having joint issues because of their lupus. Well, we want to help them manage that joint pain with medications that are ordered by the physician. In addition, we want to preserve their joint mobility by helping them use techniques that do that, maybe consulting physical therapy to help the patient, and educating them about the importance of exercise to maintain joint stability. Now, the nurse also plays a huge role with educating. So we're going to educate the patient about this whole disease process, help them get a better understanding, because whenever patients understand their disease, they can understand how to take care of themselves better. Also, teach them about medications, because medications are going to be a big vehicle used to treat a patient with lupus, because it helps them
Remember that. Remember that.
manage their disease. Let's remember the
Shout out to your sister, Rolla Mile. From what I've, you know, I watched a couple of other videos or whatever, longer ones, and I was like, wow, this shit is fucked up. Like, I didn't know it was like this. You know what I mean?
word flare. F is for fatigue. L is for low-grade fever. A is for achy joints. R is for rashes. And then E is for edema, swelling in the legs and the hands.
Let me tell you why. Because lupus is an autoimmune disease. It attacks your immune system. If you don't take care of it, it will kill your ass. My niece is in the hospital damn near every other day. I don't have it as bad as her.
So when the doctor said something about lupus, he didn't think about his niece, or was she not diagnosed yet? I'm not coming for his niece. I just got questions.
Things I don't do is take the damn medicine.
It's take the damn medicine.
If you don't take care of it, it will kill your ass.
If you don't take care of it, it will kill your ass. Because lupus is an autoimmune disease.
It attacks your immune system. My wife gets on me all the time about, yo, you better take your medicine, take the medicine. I'm conscious of that, and I'm like, nah, that's the shit that's killing me. She's right here. If I'm lying, she'll tell you right now.
I remember that his wife is right there. I'm not coming for her either. But, so she's telling him to take his meds. We just heard all the stuff that it could cause. Why would he be like, fuck that? You know, I get it. I question the medical community in several ways. There's been several things like, you know, AIDS, lupus, there's no cure for that, ALS, cancer. There's there's more, but they really haven't given a cure for anything really, just something to cover up or help you deal with the symptoms in reality, besides surgery. And that could be questionable as well. So it's kind of iffy with the medical field, but I do think that if you think that you have lupus or some other type of disease or you just ain't feeling right, you might want to go to the doctor. And again, like he was talking about, you should, if you don't believe the results or whatever, you should maybe go get a second, third, or fourth, or fifth opinion. Period. There's no harm in that. I'm just being real.
I'm not lying. She always used to beg me, oh, take this, take that prednisone, take this here, and take the antibiotics. And
okay, I wish I had that video. If anybody finds it, send it to queensthrone9@gmail.com. The number 9, not, the letters.
I'm like, nah, baby, nah, because I'm aware of this shit. I'm like, nah, that's the shit that's killing you. And so why did I came out and made the video? Everybody missed the teaching. Because why? They just wanted to make a video saying, saying, oh, he got AIDS, he got AIDS. That's what they made, and everybody missed the message.
But how was there a message when you already stated you is dumb, Sanetta? Like, you are dumb. You already stated that one day you'll tell your story, and that video was not that long ago. That portion where you said that one day you'll tell your story. So how did you have a message, but you really, you know what I'm saying? Bruh, share the video on your community wall, tag me in it or something. Like, can you do something? Because I want to see it again. You know what I'm saying? At the time, I was on Hassan's, camp or whatever, blind to his motherfucking shit at the same time. So I just, seen the video before I even seen the edits, and I was like, damn. But, hindsight is 2020. Post the video. Let me see it. I will truthfully edit it. Okay? Because obviously, if you do have lupus, I just vindicated you. Because you didn't come out and put no information out on it. You couldn't have had a message. That's cap.
What I was trying to tell the people is be careful, because lupus is an autoimmune disease. It attacks your immune system. When these doctors come out and accuse you of having a disease, don't go by their first opinion.
When these doctors come out and accuse you of having a disease, don't...
What doctor accuses somebody of having a disease? They don't accuse you, do they?
Go by their first opinion.
When these doctors come out and accuse you...
I get it, V. Bennett. I get it.
...having a disease, don't go by their first opinion.
Go to another doctor. Go to another doctor. What's the first thing we do, family? Huh? What's the first thing that we do if the doctor was to come to you and say, yo, miss, you got AIDS? What's the first thing we do? We get so scared that the doctor gives us all kind of prescriptions and gives us the medication. And we end up taking a goddamn medication thinking that you got AIDS and you don't have that shit.
And now his channel audience isn't engaged. Like, every time you have, some subscribers or whatever, some subscribe and they don't hit the bell or whatever. So I ain't talking shit, but he has, several thousand, 100,000 almost. I think he has like 200,000. I don't even know, but it's close. But he just put this information out to several people. Again, I don't totally trust the medical industry, but you, like, him up here talking this shit, he like that. I don't feel like that's appropriate. He's not a doctor, right? And somebody could be like, off of what he said, they could be like, fuck the doctors, I don't trust them, they're gonna kill me and all this and that. And they might pass up a moment that would actually save their life. Because yeah, the medical industry is fucked up. They do fuck up, but they do save lives too at the same time. So you gotta be rational.
And it is the medicine that kills your ass.
This is ridiculous. This nigga's fucking dumb.
That's the reason and purpose of me coming out telling my story. But y'all want to make a
You didn't tell your story.
clown joke out of every fucking thing. You missed the message. You missed the message. Can you imagine how many people probably died, didn't have that shit? But the
and how many people are gonna die because you sitting up here scaring the fuck out of them about everything? Maybe they don't take the medicine if they go get checked out and find out they got something. That's their choice. But now you're like scaring them to the fact to where are they even gonna go try to get, checked up.
Medicine killed them. It happens all the time, y'all. But y'all want to make a game and a joke and slander people and think this shit is a joke. See,
what you did was slander. What I did was seen a video, remembered you saying that you tested positive 4 times for AIDS, and then me showing it on my page, and you were already slandering me, so it really didn't fucking matter. But what I'm doing is at least pointing out that it could be lupus. But are you gonna correct your motherfucking disrespectful fucking shit you did on your page, lying on me?
I'm in the process of trying to save my people. Y'all in the process of making jokes and being clowns.
So you're in the process of saving your people, but you're reintroducing a charged pedophile. Basically, you know what I'm saying? He's charged with a crime of pedophilia. Well, actually, hebephilia. Because pedophiles are attracted to children from 0 to 10. Hebephiles are attracted to children 11 to 14. And the DSM-5, the mental health book and all that, says that an ephebophile is somebody that's attracted to people 15 to 19. So Brother Polight is a hebephiile. He's right in the middle. And he might even be a pedophile. But when he keeps having these, he already had the situation with Renentech. He already had questionable motherfucking other shit going on. And you keep having his back. Like, I don't know if it's, well, I know, but we do know that you claimed that he owed you money. Did he pay you the money back? I'm talking 2016 type of shit. Where Brother Polight was outside, quote unquote, Brother Polight. What do you have on, like a bulletproof vest or something like that? And him and Saneter was on his channel live talking shit about Polight. He called him Baby York, Lil Dr. York. And then Polight was talking shit about him being acting like an abused, scorned woman. Nigga, I remember everything. I'm not just clicking into this shit for clicks and views. I've been there.
I'm being clowns with this shit. You know, you did it so much where I didn't even want to prove myself to you niggas. But my wife was like, baby, you know what? Just go to the hospital and take the AIDS test. And sure enough, that's what I did. That's why I'm not here to please none of you motherfuckers. I'm talking about the trolls. I'm not talking about the people that's really about the information. You know who I'm talking about when I say that. I'm not here.
Anybody that's speaking facts about you?
To prove nothing to these niggas. I met my wife when she was 14 years old. My wife, Cynthia, that's here right now. And I was 16 years old. Check. She was 14 years old and I was 15 years old. We was always 2 years apart.
Check. She was 14 years old and I was 15 years old. We was always 2 years apart.
I met my wife when I was...
This dude can't even count now.
When she was 14 years old. My wife, Cynthia, that's here right now. And I was 16 years old. Check. She was 14 years old and I was 15 years old. We was always 2 years apart.
But guess what? I'll be 60 going on April. She'll be 58 next year. We still together. We still like this. From 14 years old.
You ain't still like that, because I remember Cynthia, your wife, being upset because you had introduced Nepal. And Uncle Suge, and shout out to Kenya the Craft, that edit earlier was a Kenya the Craft edit. I didn't want to keep stopping it, but shout out to him. But Uncle Suge did his due diligence, motherfucking disproving all type of shit, including a video where Cynthia was telling you, I'm not with this polygamy shit, and you still did it. And then you claimed that you had another wife on top of that.
Think about that. How many of you can say that shit? Huh? She's here right now. She can tell you everything I'm telling you is 100% correct.
Okay, and shout out to y'all for being together that long or whatever. But she's not comfortable with it, but you emotionally abused her into basically staying into that situation, in my opinion, because if she didn't want it, we saw that she didn't want the polygamous relationship with Nepal and then allegedly this other lady or whatever. but you still pushed it on her. So it's not like you're just happy in a marriage. But listen to this.
Oh, Saneter in the house of rapists, in the house love this, in the house love that, worrying about a man who was 17 years old and his girlfriend was 15 years old. The mighty Hebrew didn't rape the 15-year-old girl?
Now, honestly, I'm less concerned about somebody being 15 and, you know, having sex with somebody that's 17 or, you know what I mean? We're not, bro, I'm talking about motherfuckers in their 30s, 40s, 50s, upper 20s, you know what I mean? Fucking with fucking kids. Nobody that is, you know what I'm saying? Like, bruh, everybody over 18, well over 18.
And they had mutual sex. It wasn't no goddamn rape. You know what they did? Let me tell you what they did. They waited, because that's how these crackers are. They waited until the mighty Hebrew turned 18. When he turned 18, she was about to turn, 16. And that's when they grabbed him. The minute he turned 18, they said, yeah, we got him. And
Well, that sounds suspicious right there anyway. That sounds like cap. Something ain't right. But sometimes I have heard of people, you know, lying. And I'm not saying I heard it from somebody that was lied on. I heard it from somebody that admitted that they locked up their daughter's boyfriend because like they couldn't get some crack, or, you know what I'm saying, they wouldn't give them some money, or they just got into an argument or whatever in the fuck, and actually locked the motherfucker up for something, you know, that she had already known about and what it was there for. You see what I'm saying? So the shit does happen, but let's continue.
grabbed him. Y'all seen the sister that got up here and said, yo, they tried to get her son like that. They tried to get her son damn near the same way. Luckily
How
for
do we know that her son wasn't really like that?
me, my mother-in-law was the most beautiful, sweetest, loving woman.
Because it's easy for somebody to claim it.
And she loved me. She loved me. So she wouldn't come out with no goddamn trumped up charges on me saying this and that, get him. No. She seen that me and her daughter was in love. We was in love, teenage love. It's a teenage love thing. Every day we was together. Wherever we went, we was together. You know, we did things teenagers do, movies, hanging out. Wherever we went, my baby was with me. See? So luckily for me, I didn't have one of them goddamn, you know, mean mothers-in-laws. If you want,
you didn't have good intentions for her daughter. You know, we're gonna be with her. I'm pretty sure that you didn't just at this age or since you've been on YouTube just decide that you want to be into polygamy. You've been cheating regardless.
want to see my story, don't get it from them niggas, because they will chop it up and screw it. And guess what? They're going to only mislead you. And y'all sit back, oh, wow, I didn't know that. Like I said, I wasn't going to be long. But sometimes you got to be strong. You understand what I'm saying? Because these clowns, they come a dime a dozen. Y'all seen me battle these niggas a dime a dozen. And I'm still here walking with my head up high. You don't see me walking like this. You don't see me scared to come on.
Well, you ain't battled nothing. You sat over there and motherfucking lied on several people, including me. You flagged down videos. You played the victim. You orchestrated teams to send death threats to people, get people's channels took down, try to dox people, all type of shit. All type of shit, bro. You're fucking a piece of shit.
You niggas that never make me run. I'm gonna stand here. I'm a fighter. This is why.
I'm not trying to make you run, dumbass nigga. You just keep doing dumbass shit.
See, a lot of the Hebrews, they laugh at the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. But the Honorable Elijah Muhammad was so smart and intelligent. They did not treat their women like that.
Can't take 9 teenage women and seduce them.
My honest opinion of Elijah Muhammad is that he's a nasty old man. You understand what I'm saying? So
That's your true opinion of him?
Yeah, that's my true opinion of him. And
he's a nasty old man.
Yeah, I mean, like take this into account. Take this into account. Let's just say they wasn't underage.
Okay.
Let's say they were 18 and 19. So you groom them?
How old were they?
No, but that's the argument. Oh, they wasn't underage.
Okay,
so let's just say they're 19. Let's just say they're 19.
Okay.
So you let them work for you from 15, 16, 17, and then 19, you just happen to say, oh, I like you.
No, they groomed them.
Can't take.
And Aisha was underage. She was allegedly 9 years old. And I also seen videos where people that are Muslim were justifying it, talking about the times that, you know, we were in those type of times where that was what the fuck are y'all talking about? It is never acceptable. It should have never, ever, ever been. I don't give a fuck if it's legally acceptable. Like if they change the laws like they're trying to do. it's still morally wrong. How could you look at a child and be sexually fucking like aroused? That's some sick ass shit.
9 teenage women and seduce them. You can't take 9 teenage women and seduce them.
When you come into the mosque, you got the woman sitting on the left.
Okay, thank you so much. Just my 5 cents. You're talking about the video where he said, where, you know, the whole video where he said that he had AIDS. I will edit that. I'm not gonna play it on live, but I definitely appreciate it. I will be, you know, and he better leave it up. You take it down, so it's gonna make you look guilty as fuck.
Left or the right.
Good, Jeanette. Shout out to everybody that's in the clouds or dropping down in the chat.
Either side. And the brother sitting on the left or the right, either side.
Is what?
I said,
thank you.
Malcolm alleged that some of Elijah's women were underage secretaries. And can you expound on that?
I seen them. I seen them myself. It's all true. It's all true.
Now you guys need to go check out this film. It's only, I think, $5.19 to watch it. The man that was just talking and said that Elijah Muhammad was a sick man and all that, that's Barbershop Conversations. He made this film that we're looking at, and I think that the actresses are beautiful. It was well put together. Just period. Like, it shed light on a lot of things. So let's get back into it.
Good evening, Messenger.
The link is in the description.
You convinced us that you were the last messenger.
Okay.
How many other bastard children do you have?
Because they did not mix the women with the men for a particular reason. Because they didn't want no distractions. They knew that that woman's fragrance and soft tone and the way she carries herself and conduct herself can easily take a brother off his path and sidetrack him. And he won't be paying attention because when she walked by and that fragrance hits your nose, brothers, you're going to turn your motherfucking head. Believe it or not. If you're a man, you're going to turn your head and you got that wolf in you. All men have that wolf in them. We all have that wolf in us. What do you mean, son, out of that wolf? You know, it's just something that's in you naturally. It comes naturally, you know? It's there. You're going to have that wolf. You can't let a woman walk by you and not turn your head, especially when she leave that aroma in the summertime and she walk by and that wind blows and you be like, take a deep inhale and you got the luck because, you know, that shit is there. That's a fact, man. And if y'all say, nah, brother, I'm good, that don't happen to me, then you're just a punk. You're a liar. You're a chump. And I was telling my wife this the other night. Matter of fact, last night. I said, why do you think a lot of men get caught when they say cheating? I said,
in relation to the video, the earlier part of the video, why is he whispering right now? Also, when I was editing this, I swear I heard like the oven open, so she must be in the kitchen cooking, right, for him, for when he gets offline. And he's like basically sneaking, trying to have this conversation. Because in a minute, he's gonna, you know, mute the mic and they have some type of back and forth really quick, but he plays it off or just responds to her by laughing.
Because they are out of
but on mute.
Their natural element. You're trying to do something that goes against your nature. What are you talking about? Your nature. Your nature is to be with more than one woman. That's your nature. That's your nature, black man. You can try to be with one all your life all you want, but your nature is calling you and say, yo, nigga, open the fuck up, man. Open up. That's why you hear a woman say what? What's the first thing a woman say to us? Oh, a man gonna be a man. Oh, a man is gonna be a dog. No, you're not gonna be a dog. You're just gonna be a man. And you're gonna live out your man nature and instincts. When we was left alone, we always dealt with it like that. And guess what? Our women respected that until we got to this Americanized stuff, you know, this teaching, this Americanized craziness that's going on. This is why you find the words cheat. The white man came up with cheating. That wasn't a part of our culture, cheating. That shit was normal for us. And our women knew it. It is out of our nature. And our women have become so goddamn selfish. Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. Knowing that you outnumber us. Knowing that you got all these brothers locked up in jail. Knowing that these brothers turned, and they walking and they turn and they wrist broke. Knowing that some of the brothers got shot and they dead. And now the woman got to raise this child by herself. This 1-month-old child by herself. And you sisters have become so damn selfish where you wouldn't want another man in that baby's life. You got to get back on track, black woman. See, we got to have that real guy.
Why does he always find a way to blame us for everything?
Goddamn talk. Because when you think about it, the first thing that comes to your mind is you thinking about sex.
The only thing that I regret in all of this is that two black groups have to fight and kill each other off. Elijah Muhammad could stop the whole thing tomorrow just by raising his hand. Really, he could. He could stop the whole thing by raising his hand. But he won't. He doesn't love black people. He doesn't even love his own followers. Proof of which they're killing each other. They killed one in the Bronx. They shot another one in the Bronx. They tried to get 6 of us Sunday morning. And the pattern has developed across the country. The man has gone insane. Absolutely out of his mind. Besides, you can't be 70 years old and surround yourself by a handful of 16, 17, 18-year-old girls and keep your right mind. You can't do it.
Oh, he just want to F her. He just want to lay with her. It's not just about that, man. It's about raising a damn family, man. Don't you get it? Don't you see it? What happened to you? I mean, you sisters out there who are Masons and Eastern Stars, you've been struck.
Sanetta, didn't you claim to be a Mason before?
A blow to the head, which had rendered you dead, sister. That's a fact. That is a fact. What about Nepal? What about him? What about him? What that got to do with what I'm talking about? Some people can make it, some people can't. I'm not talking about Nepal. I'm talking about women in general. I'm talking about the black man and female.
Yeah, and then he tried to act like, oh, that's the reason to push polygamy because, you know, what? This nigga is disgusting.
A relationship. And sometimes when the brother want to get with her, you brothers out there, shame on you, who got to sneak and go to the next woman's house. You're sneaking. You're a coward. You're a punk. Stand up, nigga. Talk to your woman. Talk to your wife. Let her know what's going on. Be honest, nigga.
Mute. Why you mute, Si?
That's why I love my wife to this day. Man said this. She right there. Right there.
You muted because she heard you? She ain't with that shit. She probably happy as hell that Nepal's gone.
You know what I'm saying? Ain't cheating just as much. I agree. I'm thinking, brother. I'm thinking. And I'm like, I agree. But maybe it's something in us that they need more, that we lacking and we ain't giving them.
Why you didn't go hard on men about whatever they're lacking, including you? Because I'm pretty sure while you was out fucking somebody else, no disrespect to Cynthia, but she would be a dumb motherfucker if she wasn't out doing the same motherfucking shit, if not better. But a lot of the times when women cheat, they don't get caught.
Get y'all tickets. Don't wait till the last minute. I hope I left y'all with a good, serious message, man. And before you go out and do that, be honest. Be honest with your woman, man. Don't fuck up.
So from tonight on, there'll be a hot time in the old town with regret, with great regret. There's no organization in this country that could do more for the struggling black man than the Black Muslim movement if it wanted to. But it has gotten into the possession of a man who's become senile in his old age and perhaps doesn't realize it. And then he has surrounded himself by his children who are now in power and want nothing but luxury.
Fags. What is it? Red pills?
And security.
He did say before that he was going to be on that.
And comfort, and will do anything to safeguard their own interests. So I feel responsible for having played a major role in developing a criminal organization. It was not a criminal organization at the outstart. It was an organization that had the power, the spiritual power, to reform the criminal.
All right. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to
And how many criminals watch Sanetta?
another Sanetta TV.
Or, you know, ex-criminal. I ain't coming down on them or nothing, long as it's not pedophilia, child, or, you know, a couple of other things. But I'm just saying, like, you know, people in jail, they'll go to religion or maybe, you know, a higher consciousness a lot of the times, and use that as a crutch to stay out of trouble. You know, try to exercise their brain.
TV, House of Consciousness Production. And I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be long at
And
all.
it's turning out that Saneter Studios and the HOK is some type of criminal organization. I said this before. I feel like it's something bigger going on, period.
For those of y'all who didn't catch the stream yesterday with brother Black Jesus Minister and brother Sanchez, brother Polight called in last night to challenge brother Sanchez. Right after the show, Polight called me. So brother Polight wants to get back in the ring and he wants Sanchez to be on the chopping block. Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty. Totally different.
Give me a second, because let me just announce something. There is a case that is on the calendar, page 11. Michael Nowak, and I know that there apparently are people who are shown up for him. This matter,
not for him, because we want to find out what is going on with the case,
was continued. It was an agreed motion to continue. And so just to let everybody know, it's being continued and set for trial on May 1st of 2023. All right, so everybody who was here on the Michael Nowak case, it has been continued, agreed by both sides for May 1st, 2023 for trial.
Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty. Totally different.
So I feel responsible for having played a major role in developing a criminal organization. It was not a criminal organization at the outstart. It was an organization that had the power, the spiritual power, to reform the criminal.
And then we're gonna deal with Brother Polight and Sanchez and see what y'all want. If y'all want that, I can give it to you. All right. If y'all want that smoke, y'all want that fire. Sanchez said he's willing to do it. He's willing to get in the ring with a bigger fish.
Now, I'm not saying that Sanetta is Elijah Muhammad or whatever. And I'm not trying to bully or attack the Muslims. I'm just saying Elijah Muhammad was not any type of leader that I would have looked up to. And in my opinion, he definitely, you know, had something going on with underage children. Again, check out the video. It's a link in the description to a video called 9 Wives. And that will open up a lot of people's eyes so you can understand where I'm coming from. The brother Barbershop Conversations had put it together. It's wow. I was like, what? Like, it's fat. So check it out. And salute to him and stuff like that. Now, we're also gonna look at this video right here. I don't know Mayat Forever. I don't know. I didn't know who he was talking about or whatever. I haven't heard his voice or nothing yet, but this is the video that was thrown in the chat or whatever. If this video is taken down, I will edit it and re-put it back up, as well as the no commentary version of the video that I edited will be on Queen's Throne TV. But now we're gonna look at Mayat Forever video, and this is Aid Sanetta said it himself, so it's not gossiping nor slander. Let's take a look. This is why I like editing, because oh, that's the same video. This, God, come on. I don't know. We might not be able to watch it, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Let me redo it because it started playing. This is the same video, but probably not the same portion. You know what I'm saying? Like the same edit that I just already showed.
Word I'm looking for, help me out. If it's bad for me, you know what I'm saying? If it's bad for me, if it's not good for me, shout out to Asia. Thank you for your support. That you don't even know if that product.
Yeah, I'm gonna just leave that there, whatever, because I didn't want to make this video too long, and I do want to drop the link. It looks like basically the same footage that we had already watched, but I will watch it off stream. But I'm just saying, at this time is the time to come up. I do appreciate it though. Just my 5 cents. I'll take a look at it for if anything, is important that I didn't show already, because I did show, I think, like a 20-minute video or at least something. But with him in that same situation and area and same video clips. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, there's the link if anybody wants to come up, but I'll be damned if Sanetta is gonna just come up here and try to relaunch Polight in some type of way of a leader or anything like that. He should have listened to me, because it really makes his brand look stupid as fuck. The fact that he's sitting up here playing all these fucking games and he knows that this man has been charged with, do we gotta go look? Because I can pull that up too. Let's go look. He's been charged with several lewd and lascivious. I should have brought this up already anyway. But let's put in the information right quick, and then I'll show you. Mail. Because hell nah, I'm not going, G. Period. All right, let's represent. So, as you can see right here, Nowak, Michael, male, black, right? This is the date that it was filed, the 17th of August, 2021. So we're still waiting. His next court, we knew about this, but the trial starts on May 1st. But they're having some type of hearing on 4/20 of this year. Now, these are the charges. L&L, lewd and lascivious, molestation of a child 12 to 16. It is a felony. L&L, molestation of a child 12 to 16, felony. L&L, conduct, so lewd and lascivious conduct with a child 16, felony. L&L, 16, of a 16-year-old by somebody that's over 18, felony. Contributing to a minor, because remember, he gave her some drugs or some alcohol or some shit, misdemeanor. Engaging with basically sex, you know what I'm saying, with a child, felony. I don't know why I said 14, child, but 14 is right there. Sexual battery. And now these two down here are not, there's no action, but he's still fighting 4 felonies and a misdemeanor. And Sanetta thinks it's a good idea to post him on his channel and, act like he's some fucking God-given saint, or he's speaking some type of information that you couldn't find by looking it up yourself. Like, he didn't create any of that, right? But there looks like there's no activity on the docket, except for, we already covered this. If you didn't know, I had posted a short video. You guys got to check out my video section, not only just my lives, because I do edit videos, so I do post them there. And I did cover this court date. I think I also did it in a live stream as well, but there's been no new activity. But on 420, it says felony sounding set for 420 2023 at 9 a.m. Now, I'm not quite sure what that means. I can look into it on another note, but I have questions. I really want to know why he would be rocking with Brother Polight. Sanetta would be rocking with Brother Polight, and he's being charged since August 17th or whatever it was, 2021. We're in 2023. It's May, right? May 1st, actually. So he couldn't have waited a few months to find out the verdict to, push Brother Polight, because he's been pushing him this whole time in reality, because those videos been up, and also he's been re-editing old videos and reposting it just to kind of keep Brother Polight's name alive. And I'm just wondering, they not only said in the news clip, but they said in documents that we covered, we looked at, shout out to Tasha K, because she dropped that information first, whether you like it or not, she dropped it first, and it proved to be factual. What's good, BPR? So she wasn't just, this ain't no Cardi B shit, okay? Period, point blank. She came out with the information, dropped it, and then we waited on the news to catch up to Tasha K. So for at least that, I salute her, okay? Period. Nuh-uh, not on Jerry Springer, child. You did not. He's on Jerry Springer. Stop playing with me. Man, look. Ooh, that just kind of rang a bell, though. Somebody in the conscious community was on a talk show. Maybe I'm tripping. I don't know. But it wasn't Sanetta, if you're talking about him. Or are you talking about the other dude? Man, at all. What about Renentech? You know what I mean? She's older now. Allegedly, from what I've seen, that little girl in that 1-800 or whatever sex commercial that came out when we had Rabbits Got the Gun, those videos are up too. Why in the fuck? That looked like Renentech. Like she got older, and who put her onto that? Plus, it got woken up that Brother Polight was doing inappropriate videos with the little girl about inappropriate topics. You feel what I'm saying? And Dr. Inky woke that up. Now I want to know more about the Nikki Chanel thing, but Inky and Ben came out with it. They haven't talked. I want to know about the van, and the people that really know about the van and brought it to Uncle Suge, they're not comfortable. They fear for their safety, which is understandable. I got death threats. Other people got death threats. They were lied on, slandered, and those lies stay up, even though I just basically vindicated this man if he has, lupus, but not on purpose, just being genuine. But this man got court. His next court date for all these charges is in a month and 20 days. Okay? Like, make it make sense. This man was locked up, charged with this crime, 8/17/2021. We've been waiting all this time while motherfuckers is sitting on their platform like, oh, I thought he was arrested, or I thought da-da-da-da-da. No, we waiting on these motherfuckers because of COVID, and then they keep continuing it, and this, that, and the fifth. But I will say, for the last court date, a lot of people's cases were continued. So I'm just saying, like, this don't look good. And bro, Sanchez, I'm very disappointed in you. Very disappointed in you. You're interested in debating, and that debate shit is getting really fucking old. It really is just niggas arguing and trying to be sophisticated while arguing. Let's be real. Sometimes there's good topics, and I do think Flat Earth is a good topic, Flat Earth or not, but he couldn't do that. That's bro Sanchez's lane. So I'm very disappointed in him. And if he does that, I'm going to unsubscribe. And I might be the only one that unsubscribes, but at least I have morals. At least I have standards. And I'm not going to rock with somebody, paid or not, that's going to do a fucking dumb bullshit ass fucking debate with a nigga that's irrelevant as fuck, scam the community, attack children, and all type of other shit. It's sick. It's really fucking sick. Oh, it was a Photoshop? That is funny. Oh, I think I seen that. I think that was on I forgot his name. But I think I seen an edit like that. But that's what I'm saying, Royal Family. It just doesn't seem right that this nigga gets to run around and do whatever in the fuck he wants to do, you know, because he got a platform and he says he's not ready to jump out the window and all this and that. Bro, you got grandchildren, correct, Sanetta? It ain't jumping out the window. Have you left Brother Polight around your children, grandchildren, people in your family? And then you were talking about the family knew where she was at. So it's just a bunch of sick motherfuckers when it came to Renintech about why she couldn't get help in that situation when he took her to another fucking state, which gotta fall under some lines of trafficking or kidnapping, because it's kidnapping if you bring somebody from one room to another, even against their will. Like, what is going on here? I'm just, first of all, I feel like he playing in motherfucker's face. And then I want to know, is bro Sanchez in on this play? Because this is definitely a play. Brother Polight been, you know, he ain't been on Sanetta's shit, but Sanetta been promoting him. Now, I don't know if Brother Polight is telling him to promote him, but something's going on here. And now he wants to go, he don't really know about the topic, which he said in the phone call in the video that I edited. But after having this small conversation with bro Sanchez, he then called Sanetta says, and said that he wants to debate bro Sanchez and he coming at him because he's a bigger fish. That sounds like clout chasing, trying to reinvent itself, trying to test the waters to see if motherfuckers is, you know, still gonna support him after he's been at least charged and found DNA on him. Like, if it wasn't for the DNA, or even definitely if you minus the Renintech thing and the DNA, I'd have been like, oh, I don't know, this is kind of sketchy. But the DNA, bro, I'm never gonna shut up about this. And now I'm on a motherfucker's ass. Then you go into Ops' panels just to try to get in a word on me, trying to motherfucking talk shit about me, but I'm not talking shit about you. I asked you one thing, Sanetta. I said, wait till the case is over before you know, have them on your channel and associated with you or whatever, and remove them videos while this case is going on. What did you do? You were like, fuck that shit, right? Because AdSense and, you know, Cash Apps are just the notoriety that you get from being associated with Brother Polight by the motherfuckers that are dumb as hell and don't know a predator when they see one, or when even evidence is put in their face, they still support motherfuckers like that. That shit's sick. And as a mother, I want to throw up all over Sanetta Studios. I literally want to go to his channel and just throw up all over it. Because it's fucking sick. But I get my videos taken down. I'm exposing pedophiles. I get my videos taken down, but these niggas get to run and frolic in the street. Why? Because map and no map is a thing now. So a map and a no map is, a map is a minor attracted person. And I've talked about this for years on my channels. A no map is a non-offending, allegedly, minor attracted person. They're trying to push this. And if they change the laws, you're going to hear people like some of them followers of Elijah Muhammad that were all races in reality, trying to minimize Elijah Muhammad and Aisha getting married at 9 years old, when she was 9 years old. They were in there talking about how, you know, they did that back then. It was more important to this, that, and the fucking fifth, some dumbass bullshit. But anybody that's really woke, really conscious, and there's no consciousness over there. Motherfuckers that are really conscious are not really talking about religion because it's bigger than that. Consciousness is something in itself. And I should have known when you basically begged me to go on your channel and talk about molestation. And you had very little input. You were all about, you know, what the chat was talking about. You weren't really, you really didn't weigh in. It didn't feel genuine. You know what I mean? Kind of like somebody claiming they support your movement of you exposing pedophilia, and then they just, you know, be like, fuck it, because, you know, there's nothing more to clout chase. And you could talk about my little views or whatever. I've been gone for weeks, come back. I've even been gone a month or two before and came back and did my shit because I put my family first. Maybe you should put your wife first. And I'm not coming for her, but it just showed submissiveness to me. However, I don't, like, you guys have been together for a lot of years, like 30 fucking years. I don't know. So maybe, in my opinion, not maybe, in my opinion, she's an emotionally abused, at least, woman to think that you're ever really just going to be upfront and honest with her while you're running around with another woman. And I hope that you don't have HIV, because I'm pretty sure you and Nepal had sex, maybe unprotectedly. And if she does, well, we'll find out. But sis looking kind of healthy to me over there. Shout out to her. I'm glad that you found you somebody that could make you happy. But yeah, I'm glad that she woke up and seen what the fuck I was trying to tell her. But that's really all I got, y'all, for right now. I just really am very disappointed in a bitch ass nigga. I don't care. This is not about views. This is not about subs or anything like that. Literally, if I just started my channel today, I would be up on here, up on this like that. Because I'm a survivor, and I'm like, it hurt me to even see Renentech. That was her, no doubt, on that, you know, called 1-800 da-da-da-da-da. Like, what else did they do to that girl? And I'm sorry to say it, Dr. Inky was right there when Renentech was there, so that kind of makes me question him, definitely. And so was other people in the conscious community, and none of you guys were like, damn, why is he all, you know, cuddled up with this little ass girl? What the fuck? Y'all knew about it. It was right there. And I promise you, if I keep digging and I keep fucking with you, bitch, I'm gonna find a pedophile ring up under there. There's other predators over there. There's other predators over there. Trust and believe that. Again, I'm not worried about somebody maybe 15 dating somebody 17 or whatever. We talking about motherfuckers. There was no way that Brother Polight at his old age should be fucking with a 14-year-old girl. I don't care what they change their laws to or what. How you minimize it, or he got to spread his seed. He can't do that with somebody that's fucking grown. And Sanetta, I'm tired of you blaming everything on women. I'm fucking tired. Yeah, Brother Polight looks sick. He looks sick. Yes. He up there looking like Skeletor, child. I don't know what the fuck. What are you going to come out? He got autoimmune disease too? And again, I'm not attacking anybody that has HIV or AIDS. I'm not attacking the Muslims. I'm not attacking anybody with lupus. I just tried to gain some type of understanding where I really didn't have to, but some type of understanding, as well as at the same time, y'all know that I love my teachable moments over here. We may drag, but 9 times out of 10, you're going to have some type of education involved, at least 10 minutes, 5 minutes, a couple of minutes. And I thought that it was important for that information to be out there. Again, the video itself, without me talking, the one that I edited, will be uploaded on Queen's Throne TV. So make sure you check out my other channels. Make sure you check out my video sections, because 9 times out of 10, it will be premiered over there. And I do post videos over here as well. So much love, you guys. If there's not anything else, I'll drop the link one more time. But yeah, nah, I'm not gonna sit here and be quiet. And motherfuckers is like, like they pussy or they butthole is getting wet when Sanetta hits their platform. Do you know that Dizzy Izzy motherfucking sat there and played chess online, him and Sanetta? So he was live talking about me. Of course, Sanetta comes, hits his link. They, Sanetta disrespects me. Obviously, motherfuckers that it was on the video, on the panel were appeased, right? Because they're Queen's Throne haters. And then they got to arguing. Him and Sanetta and Dizzy Izzy got to arguing. And then they hashed out their argument by playing online chess. But at the same time, 1 minute Dizzy Izzy is cool with Sanetta, and the next he's calling him a predator or saying he's, involved in some type of agenda, which he is, duh. But he ain't shedding light on shit. I ain't seen no video by him where he's calling out Brother Polight for these motherfucking charges. It ain't hard to find. Go to Dade County court records, go to defendant, put his name in there, Michael Nowak, and click search, and it's gonna bring it right up. It's not hard. Okay, you're coming up in 2 minutes. Don't get on no porn bomb shit, y'all. They already tried that too. Don't take no offense about me, saying anything about that, because the shit happens, period. And I be like this, like, girl, bye. So, that's really how I feel. Like, I'm just tired of the bullshit, tired of the games. Niggas need to, at this point, there may have not, the Nikki Chanel situation may not be true. But after Sanetta just did what he did, inviting Brother Polight back into the conscious community, no. And it makes him look like a motherfucking predator. It makes him at least look like an enabler. And we don't need enablers over here. So you would allow a nigga that is being charged with violating our youth to come and speak on your platform? You would promote that type of shit, ass nigga? But for what though? Like, for money? Is that it? Like, that's how hard up we is for money, bro? I just cannot. So I just don't know. At this point, like, I don't got time for it. It's just bullshit at this point. Like, I just cannot. So what's going on? Is you coming up or what? Because I'm about to get up out of here. I ain't want this video to be too long or nothing, but Sanetta, I'm on your motherfucking ass, period. I hope you didn't think that, shit was motherfucking cool, period. Because it's definitely not. This though, like, this a motherfucker will fight and do whatever to get to the top, but will fuck it off by fucking with a nigga that is not a leader, that is a scammer, and that fucking touches kids. What's good, B. Bennett?
Yo, what's up, sister? Thanks for doing your podcast. Thanks for doing your podcast. Word. And peace to everybody listening, everybody in the chat. Hey, yo, sister, you doing the right thing. Don't let these people get your mind all bent up out of shape. They have all kinds of games. And just the fact that they can't stand on simple principles, they take people through, they take everybody else, the community, through so much, second guessing themselves. These dudes got something rotten going on, period. And our community, our people need to have standards to just reject it flat out from the beginning. The moment we see anything like that, you see, but instead they just let it drag on and drag on. One dude convicted of something, a second dude caught up in a messy fiasco, a third one. Then they go out there, got people on the corner. Sanetta got people on this platform that literally have to discuss rape. They have to discuss, is it okay to be with a minor? Is it okay to be with somebody third? They're discussing a philosophy of pedophilia openly,
Facts. Facts, because I
And
remember when Imam Bashir went up there and he was talking about that if a girl, let's call it what it is, starts her period even at 9 or at whatever age before she's legal, it's okay to have sex with her and quote unquote make her your wife. And let's talk about this though. When Napa and Sanetta broke up, when they finally were done, they didn't have to go through no legal divorce or nothing because that shit is fake. Go ahead.
right, exactly. They got they could, basically they lie to people, and
Facts.
living in fantasy world. And the danger is that they suck a whole lot of people into that fantasy world from the outside that don't really know them personally. But then they take it a second measure and have the nerve to actually have convicted rapists on the platform.
Facts.
Now that's just at
Well,
some
yeah.
point our community gotta know when to say enough is enough. And right now you can see there's some people that don't, but I wouldn't be so sure it's so many people that really go to Sanetta's platform. Because if you use this little thing they can track your YouTube service, and they know how many hits you're getting. They know how many real views you're getting versus
Yep. Social
bots,
Blade.
right?
Yep. Social Blade.
Exactly. Sarnetta ain't getting credits for most of them views. You
Facts.
see, he's getting less. He's getting less. Like for example, my aunt forever, he might have like 100 people, 100 views or 500 views or whatever per video, something like that, right? And Sarnetta, you look at his videos, he got 2,000, 17,000. My aunt forever's making more money from his channel than Sarnetta from his views. So that show you that most of that stuff is actually bots. So people need to stop giving him credit, stop making it seem like he's the leader of the conscious community, stop making his platform out to be something it ain't. It's fake, and it's only old pedophiles, basically old sexual deviants, old dudes with records that can't get a job that's hustling on there, and young dudes. They bringing in young dudes into their into this behavior and trying to
Right.
justify it. That's where it's got to end. 30 years ago, we would see these kind of pseudo type of cults and these beliefs, and we would kind of hear it in the name of blackness. We would think that, okay, wow, maybe since they're so pro-black, it's something about it is okay. We get confused. But today, all that's over. All that's
Right.
over. All those little fake cults, they've been proven to be what they are, cults. So we just got to dismiss them and have no regard for them. Don't feel sorry about them. You can't save them. They belong in the trash because they do trash to the community.
Right. I agree. Um, I definitely agree. And yes, Forever Food. I remember that Napa did go and JJ 7000 debated if rape was okay in the Bible. It's just really funny how these people that think that way or enable that type of behavior are connected. If you pay attention, these are the same type of people, even people that make statements like, I'll rape your child or I'll rape you. There's never been a time where I've been so angry that I threatened to rape somebody or their child. But these people online call that dragging. That's not dragging.
Oh, it ain't no joke at all. It's not a joke at all. It's just they don't care. you know, hiding in plain sight. They got so used to hiding in plain sight, people accepting it, that they can't keep it from coming out their own mouths. It's just normal for them. I mean, who's going to stand on the corner and actually have the nerve to preach about a girl having her flower at 9 or 13 or whatever? Who's going to do that in their right mind? But for them, they think it's normal. And see, a lot of other people, when they see these cats out there preaching this stuff, they just walk on by. They just keep walking because they know it's sick, but they don't want to point it out because they feel like they're going to be called a racist if they do, or something like that. Or even if you're black, they think they're going to be called a sellout if they do. But actually, the truth of the matter is that we should be calling it out because they're here to harm our community. They're not here to harm nobody else's community but ours, because we're the ones that still accept it. It's so sick. It's so sad. It's so sick. But not that
Also, I want to point out
racism.
that if you think
Go ahead.
about it, a lot of the young people that are finding him could be people that are trying to, change their life, or, just getting out of prison or whatever. And they may pass up, because he's pushing this polygamy thing. I don't know how you feel about that, but, or even like him saying that, you shouldn't take medicine. Now, one of the medicines for lupus is questionable, but some of the other ones are actually, good or whatever. But him basically, kind of putting it out there that, yeah, we shouldn't trust the medical industry. But what if somebody that needed to go to the doctor was listening to him, and now they're just spooked to go to the doctor and just even find out if they allegedly have something or not? It's better to know than to do nothing. And then he's sitting up there saying that his wife is telling him to take his lupus meds or whatever meds, and he's saying no, but we know that it will shut down organs, it would do all that. Like, I went through that. I don't know if you were here, but we did look at that, and it's just really crazy. But if he has AIDS or HIV, then he's just spreading it to people in the community because he had sex with Nepal. We don't know if it was, and I'm not trying to disrespect Nepal, but we don't know if it was protected or not. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's
I
just
mean,
weird.
you have black doctors, African American doctors, Haitian doctors, Dominican doctors.
Facts.
There's no need for you to not go out and choose your own doctor from your own community, from your own ethnicity. What the heck they talking about?
Facts.
And on top of it, inside of the medical community, there's African American doctors. They're on the forefront of a lot of this stuff, of a lot of these treatments. It's like these guys are selling fear. Now, selling fear, and it's rooted in the historic racism, and that's the problem, because historic racism is real, but when they use it backwards, when they use it to actually harm us, the whole concept, and make us afraid to even participate in anything that our ancestors have built, it's them that's the problem then. That's the thing about it. Sanetta ain't gonna he's not gonna pay for nobody's funeral. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he didn't even take care of the ancestors that he stole their work. I mean, not the ancestors, the elders that he stole their work.
Exactly.
Peddling their work and getting paid for it, and now a lot of them are sick or they've passed away. Did Sanetta do anything for them?
They're not in a position to. That's the thing about it, because they don't want to keep it real, and they're creating more people like that. I mean, if you crime, if you have a criminal record, a lot of times you're going to have a hard time getting into certain industries and finding work. Everybody knows that.
Facts.
But the thing about it is that they get you help even with that today.
But
with
you can
that
also you can also in some situations be, have a criminal record, definitely not violent though, but overcome that. There is ways. So I do want to
no, you can.
I did it.
You can overcome a violent record. You could be a murderer, go to jail, take a trade, take 10 trades, come out and actually get support on day one. You see, and that's the thing that they're not talking about. And I suspect the reason why they don't talk about it is because they're ashamed of themselves. Maybe being twice and 3 times flunkies. And that's the thing about it. Criminality is nothing new in the community, in anybody's community. But you see plenty of brothers and sisters coming out of prison saying, "Don't do this. Don't do what I did. If you do go to prison, get a trade, get a study, come out." And they show you can actually move forward. So it's no excuse. These guys just don't want to do no hard work, period, for the community. And that's the thing. They're just heinous. The way they talk, the way they discourage our own people, the way they have us wasting time, the way they play on our fear, it's terrible. It's terrible. It's not even enough words for it. But people should take it seriously. Don't put up with nothing. If you see something that's wrong and it's wrong, something like rape, you shouldn't have to think about it 10 hours, 20 hours, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It shouldn't be no discussion. It should be stopped now. Sanetta should have known that from day one. Soon as he found out somebody was a convicted rapist, it should have been stopped, period. You don't even have to tell the person what to do. You don't even have to tell them, go and clear that up or whatever. Then you come back. You don't even owe them that. They should know that for themselves.
I mean,
You
he
see?
was literally insulted when all this started, and I just started hounding him. And I'm telling him, he came up on my panel. I told him, look, like they tried to ambush me. I was like, look, it's a bad look for your channel, just period. And then morally wrong for you to just, still be fucking with him. And he's going through this case. Like, you should remove the videos and also not bring him up there until the case is at least over. Y'all say he's innocent, right? So then it's only a matter of time. But he couldn't do that. And I'm just
Nope.
questioning that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why is that? Because you would think that he would be like, okay, this gonna mess my channel up. If I just carry this person along, that's not a good look for my channel. But for some reason, somehow, he made the other choice and was like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. And so there must be a reason behind it. There's a reason behind it. He's not saying it. And it definitely can't be. I mean, in my mind, at least, my opinion is it can't be the one that he gave that he's innocent until proven guilty. Yeah, we all know that. But so what?
But
Step
then
your
he
back.
lied on Uncle Suge and said that he was a predator, and he's never even been charged with nothing like that. And then when you look at the story and all that, it's definitely already been debunked. So he has a problem with people calling him out on his shit. This whole thing with Nicki Chanel and all this and that. I'm just saying, like, in the brown van, I don't know if you know about that.
No, tell me.
Allegedly, when he was on 125th Street, he had a brown van back in the day that he used to like have people inside the van fucking. Like, I guess people on the yes, like Saneter had it Saneter. Uncle Suge had it exposed it, and the person that came out and told Uncle Suge the information is scared to come out now, and I don't really blame them.
And that's can you hear an echo right now?
Yeah, a little bit. It's good though.
I'm just in my hallway. Yeah, and that's the thing about it. See, we need to understand that NYC or any location, any one location, we need to have a community that's broader than that location, because some of these cats might be going around threatening people. But the thing about it is, it's so sad that in NYC right there, those cats, they all call themselves men, but they ain't man enough to stand up against none of it. Not really. You see, and standing up as a man.
Your audio went out. You hear me? V Bennett.
It's only
there you go.
Violence. Yeah, I don't know if it's only violence or if it's some other form of, whatever else is going on, extortion or something like that. But the thing is that we need to realize we don't have to take it that slow. We need to reject all that behavior and violence, threats, and it ain't going to work on everybody. You see,
right.
I'm just ashamed.
They threatened my life. They came out and attacked my kids, made threats about going up. They're gonna go up to their school. He flagged my channels, him and Napa, various videos. What else? Like the death threats. You know what I'm saying? So I'm one of them, yeah. And period. I don't know.
Yeah, well,
again,
I don't know what to tell you, but I could tell you like this one. I could tell you
I'm
like
not
this.
worried about it. I'm not worried about it at all.
Yeah, I believe they point out people that's scared. They, these cults, they get used to that kind of thing. They eye people up and size people up, and they figure it out. We was talking about this the other day on my Aunt Forever. It's like these cats are like animals, They're like if and I compared it to like a pack of dogs. A pack of dogs would be out there on the street roaming around looking for somebody to bite, but they can smell and sense who to go after. And if you know how to stand your ground, they will go right by you, the pack of dogs, because they know how to sense that it ain't going to work out the same way. So they pick and choose like that, and that's so sad that they're cowards. What kind of person going to pick on a woman? What kind of man going to pick on a woman? That's cowardly right off the bat.
Facts. He lied on me and all type of shit. And other women too. He went after Tasha K. He threatened to sue us, all type of shit. But do you know, like Forever, Mayette?
I don't know him personally, but I know
Watch
I've been
this content.
following him and communicating with him for years. Yeah. Shaka been
Have
around
you
for since 2000. He's been around since that whole YouTube thing was put together.
have
He
you
was around
ever
before that.
have you ever heard him, make comments about black people in America, like disparaging comments?
Oh hell no,
Okay,
hell
because
no.
that's
They
what
be they
Sanetta had
lying about
claimed.
him.
Right. And I
Exactly.
didn't know until I did this live who he was talking about because he didn't say a name.
Look,
You know what I mean?
the majority of people that go over to my Aunt Forever's page are African Americans.
Right. Okay. I'm
You
a
know,
sub. I'm
they
gonna check him out. I'm gonna check him out.
oh yeah, don't let so right now Size just he's scared. He's scared. So he liable to say anything. You see,
Facts.
and
Facts.
he's talking about making it seem like my Aunt Forever is like talking about African American. No, it's the other way around. It's them actually calling him, he's Haitian and grew up in France, right? But he's not born in France, I don't think, but it don't even matter. He's black.
Right.
France
Right.
got a black community too. They got rapists and pedophiles also, and Pan Africans and movement, all that shit. So
That's
what's the
facts. I'm
difference?
Creole, so I know exactly,
Right.
about the Haitian and
So it's them, it's Sanetta, they've been spreading xenophobia. And so what these dudes do is anytime you say something and point something out, they're gonna try to find a way to criticize you. So for my Aunt Forever, it's that he's in France. But the truth is that the reason why they really scared of him is because he's been documenting and communicating with these dudes since way back. So he got all those correspondences, all those videos. That's why they scared of him. You see, so they pulled the easiest thing out of the bag, which is Frenchie. They've been calling him Frenchie lately. And they want to bring the xenophobia out to make African Americans think like, yeah, why you coming here and why are you talking about our community? You don't understand our community. What you talking about? It was all good before. He understood
right.
everything before, but the moment he started talking about rape and pedophilia, then he don't understand. Then he's Mr. Frenchie. You see what I'm saying?
See,
So
that's crazy
that,
because I've already been on his page, his channel or whatever, talking about molestation, and he really didn't, add anything or the energy was off, right? And then also I used to be a moderator, and then so I know how he moves behind the scenes and shit like that, but I kind of just walked away from him or whatever, and then this brother Polight shit happened and he acted like he was like, what, shocked because I'm allegedly his friend. Fuck that shit. If I don't want a friend that would be cool with somebody else molesting a child. Like,
exactly. Why would you? Why would you want to? Why and what normal person would? You see, and the thing about it is they keep talking about community. No, what they mean is their cult. They mean their little cult associations. That's what that is. They defend each other. You see, they're not defending the black community. Definitely not. They're
I
defending
mean,
cults,
look where
that they have links
brother
with. That's
Polight
the
comes
thing.
from. Right. Look where
They
brother
all come
Polight
from
comes
some
from.
kind of exactly.
And then,
Exactly.
shout out to Khalil Amani. I don't know how you feel about him, but in my opinion, what he did concerning the Yahweh ben Yahweh thing, I salute him for that.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's there's enough of that cult behavior to go around to where they be calling each other out at times. But then how do you end up in the same behavior?
Facts.
After you called it out, it's like, what sense does that make?
And they all
So
sat around when Polight ran around with Renintech. There's videos of a lot of them being right there, or the time frame puts them right there. And, Polight's like cuddled up or inappropriately doing, quote unquote content because he and Renintech as a child did like some type of content, or I think it was a book on polygamy or some inappropriate shit to be having with a child, to be talking
grooming.
about with a child. Yeah, grooming. Facts. Facts. Big facts.
It's I think the
Off
big
the
shock
pedal.
is because a lot of people, since no most of us find out about these people through the media, through internet, so we don't know their personal relationships together, and we also don't know a lot of their history, right? So we've had to watch it
Your audio went out. B. Bennett.
Hear me?
Yeah, there you
It
go.
went out.
I hear you now. Yeah, I hear you now. It
Yeah,
kind
I
of cut
forgot.
off
I
just a
gotta
little
turn
bit
the
of what you were
Wi-Fi on
saying.
the other room. Yeah,
Okay.
a lot of us don't. A lot of us, most of us don't come from those New York streets. So what we watching is cats that already got relationships with each other,
Right.
personal ones, right?
Right.
So what they're doing is they've been able to build a platform claiming one thing to the public that it's not. You see,
Yeah.
and so really they're about supporting each other with inside of these little cults that kind of coexisted side by side with each other, but they're not about the black community. You see, and
Facts.
that's the thing about it. So when we come to see them in media, we think, okay, red, black, and green, and we think a lot of people think that even somebody like Seti might look at them and be like, red, black, and green. Okay, let me see what's going on over here. Let me share with my brothers. Let me share. Well, that's the thing. You know, you can't share with everybody, and you find out that these guys ain't about red, black, and green. They're not about Pan Africanism. They're not about the diaspora. They're not about African people. They're not about black people. They're not about anti racism. They're not about nothing
They're not even
but
about
getting something
what
for
Sanet.
themselves.
Right. Sanetta sits through hours of content, like, hosting, quote unquote, right? But he doesn't believe in religion, and most of his topics are about religion. And then also, like, it's just all fucked up. Like, I got so many things just coming into my head. Like, this nigga is not shit. Like, and I knew he wasn't shit when I, like, but it's just like, damn, bro, like, just in our face. And you having a big platform like that, you're just gonna promote somebody that did this and it's okay.
Right. Right.
Like, we
Exactly.
don't need the court to tell us that he's guilty. 6 semen stains on a little girl.
No. Exactly. And we have the right to also disassociate even if the court don't find him guilty. And that's the thing
Exactly.
about it. Whoever said that the way organizations or platforms or businesses, whoever said the way they're supposed to operate is if you're convicted, then they can disassociate. No, no, it's not only for that reason. It could also be because of how you reacted to that charge. You see,
Facts.
just because you went out there in the public and started screaming instead of sit your ass down and be silent and wait for your trial, that could be enough.
And I don't know if you know, but Polight be on Rycon too, right? Posting up his Instagram and Facebook videos, and he's still out here trying to scam the community to pay attorney fees and to live off of and all type of shit. I mean, how does a nigga that, we already know his cars is rented and borrowed and all this shit or whatever on loaner, but like, how was he evicted and all that? Like, it's just weird, bro. It's just
I mean, they have so much content on Polite's life and how he rolls his real what's real from what's fake, what happens to the people that's associated with him that enable him. I mean, there's so much content on it. It just o- the o- the overwhelming amount of content points to him having a very big problem and not being able to help nobody else. Just that simple. Now, sure, people might have to wait for a court case, and sure, I don't know how many trials he's had for scamming. I don't know how many people took it to court. A lot of people probably don't want to take it to court. Who knows? But the thing about it is that there's enough people saying that he did. Look, if you went
right.
into an office, if you worked in an office and 5 people said, no, this woman did this, right? This woman did this. They don't
Right.
necessarily have to prove it to fire your ass.
Hmm.
You see what I mean? It's just
Facts.
like that. That's how it rolls. That's
I
how it
mean, he
exists
was
in reality.
guilty
So
to me when the police report said that they tested the semen stains found on that little girl and it was his semen. Like, your
you,
semen
you
doesn't jump out of your balls, run through the shaft of your dick, and then just raw, like, just jump on motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
and,
It
and
just
and
doesn't
look
happen.
and look, and here's the crazy part about it. If it was a white dude who did that, they would be saying, send his ass to hell. Hell no. Why is the
Big
media
facts.
company got him on it? Why they still let him get a check? Why they do that? But when it's, you know, this guy,
Big
Polite,
fact.
he been out there in a videotape questioning a person who was a victim of, who says he was a victim of Dwight York, right? He's questioning and chastising the victim. So what does that tell you?
It's just
You
sick.
know,
It's
it's a
sick.
disconnect. Yeah, it's something ain't right with it's something ain't right with him, or it seems like something ain't right with him. And so why do I don't get why the standards have to be different. I mean, we say we want to be treated better and seen better, and we want better. We say we want better all the time. Well, let's be better. So these guys, they don't want to be better, and it's not about being perfect. All you got to do is accept your loss. When you make a mistake like that, you got to sit your butt down and stay away from kids and accept that you in the back of the bus of the community.
And
You're
take
in a
your ass
place
to
where we
jail
put troublemakers.
and
Yeah.
have to register as a sex offender. And I mean, I would say so much more, but we're on YouTube. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you know where I'm going. But yeah, we can't stand for this in the community, period, point blank. Like, our kids are our future. Not to be corny or sound like the song, but we wondering why motherfuckers is running around right now, shooting at each other. There's kids out here 11, 12, 13 years old with choppers and all type of guns and just living fucked up and reckless as hell that may not be able to ever see 25, 21, 30 in their 40s. But we're also gonna, act like we don't understand that some of the times that these kids are acting out was some form of abuse. And
Absolutely.
now
That's
we're
exactly what I
promoting
was about to say. Exactly.
facts.
Go ahead, sister.
Like, period. Fuck. This
You
nigga
don't know
is
what these
trash.
kids are
These
reacting
niggas is
to.
trash. Yeah.
Right. We don't know what these young men are reacting to. And let's be honest. I mean, we have a problem. It's not our culture that has the problem. It's global society that has this problem. There's a problem out there. Young boys going to jail and things like that. You see them come out not being right. You see them come out not being right. But people don't. We didn't have the resources, our community often, to deal with it. It's not encouraged. Keeping secrets is more encouraged than anything. And so when you're dealing with boys, young boys, you're dealing with a whole world of secrets. It's not the same as young girls. Young girls keep
Oh,
secrets,
definitely.
but they get in a lot more. There's a lot more encouragement to speak out without it challenging their womanhood, right? But young boys feel challenged by this. Their manhood feels challenged by speaking it up. So, by speaking up when something bad happens to them, anytime they get beat up or anytime they get attacked or even if they get raped. And so the thing about it is that they bottle all that up. And that stuff can easily turn into hate. And who can it turn into hate against? The one who looked like you, who did it to you.
Right.
You see what I mean? After a while, when it's always somebody that looks like you that did it to you, what does that do to your psyche? It only ramps up the hate even more. So I'm not saying it's only about rape with black men or things like. It's just about the hate. Period. Rape is violent.
I'm actually a survivor, and I'm an advocate. I've worked with male and female victims, so I definitely know what you're talking about. It is very challenging for a male to come forward, especially if their attacker was a male, to their thought patterns. You know what I mean? Molestation can, fracture your brain in to put it in easier terms. And it's definitely not cool. Like, I just don't know. This shit is sick. Shout out to Mayette forever. I'm definitely sub to your channel. I'm gonna check you out. I think somebody came in my comments or in my chat before and said something about your channel, but I had forgot to go look it up, and I do apologize about that. Now I do remember. So yeah, and you can come up on the panel whenever you would like. But yes, brother, like, you're hitting all the points today too. You know what I'm
Yeah, I just
saying?
wanted to support you, sister, because I see you doing your thing, and it's so important that all of us support each other on this topic, because these guys, they're going to try to swivel out of it, any way possible. But it's like, we got to understand, if they swivel out of this situation, it only comes back to our doorstep anyway. So it's no need to have them online spewing this stuff, spreading this stuff to young kids that are impressionable. This is bad behavior gone wild on steroids. The most wickedest type of behavior on steroids. So we need to just put it to rest, and we got to put it to rest because it's in closest proximity to us. You see, it's going to hit us before it hits anybody else. So I want to commend you and thank you for allowing me to come up, sister.
Anytime. It's good to meet you and stuff like that. I do appreciate you supporting this type of content. This is what I kind of do most of the times. You know, I get into some other shit, but a lot of the times I'm looking for missing children or abused children or touching on the topic of molestation. And as we know, YouTube does not support this. I've had several videos taken down, so I do appreciate that. I mean that from my heart.
Yeah, be good. I'm gonna step down now.
That's much love.
Thank you. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna wait for forever. I mean, Mayette forever and stuff like that. But yeah, we gotta stand up. Like Sanetta just was so like fuck that shit. Like, and I was like, what? Like I was angry. My blood was boiling. And he was just like, you know, I don't care about him and these charges. He hasn't been found guilty, but he has trial on May 1st. I've been covering the whole case. We can't help that, you know, the Dade County people had run into some hiccups or whatever on their side, and then there's continuations, and then the Rona happened, and this, that, and the fifth. We gotta like still stay on this case. And some people forgot about it. Some people backed out. Whatever. I'm supporting anybody that's staying on this. And honestly, the only reason why I wasn't really looking at Sanetta content is because I said on here, I'll leave Sanetta alone. I'm focused on Brother Polight because we was going back and forth. And as the trial and the case, the shit was going on or whatever, all I asked him to do is keep that nigga off of his fucking page. Even if he wouldn't have went down, he should have privated all them other videos or whatever. But even if he didn't take those down, still, I feel like he shouldn't have had him on his channel. He's promoting him. Like, this nigga is trash. And right when they said them semen stains was his, he's guilty in my mind, period. Because there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's just ridiculous. And then motherfuckers is scared to even, you know, come at, not, you know, obviously not Mayette forever, and salute to everybody else that's touching base on this or going through something with this Sanetta thing and shedding light on it. But there's other motherfuckers that, you know, they'll talk shit about Sa, or they'll say they like them and, you know, this, that, and the fifth. They don't like this and that, but they still support him. They're still sub. They still hit the notification. So in my mind, that's telling me that you're at least an enabler too. Or you're just brainwashed, or you're just, you know, not really conscious, because anybody that's really conscious is going to know that allowing a predator like that with 4 lewd and lascivious charges of a child, you know, and then even giving liquor to a minor, like, come on, bro. What kind of leader is that? And let's face it, Brother Polight ain't never been no leader for real. He wrote allegedly 90 books, which he plagiarized. And like, it is what it is. Scam the community. I also don't need him to, you know, have been, you know, a lawsuit or any charges in reality for the scams. The people that did speak out about how they were scammed by Brother Polight, they showed receipts. So it is what it is, like, period. You know, I really just feel some type of way at this time. I can't believe that people are just going to be that hard up for a debate, or you know, whatever money that they're going to generate off of this debate, if any at all, or whatever. And we're supposed to just idly just sit by and watch it. What happens next? They go on their channel and just say, just, you know, out their mouth, like it's okay to fucking do that to kids. No, it's just fucking sick, bro. I just cannot. I can't deal with it. Like, I just don't understand where anybody's thought pattern is on that. It looked to me like they were dipping their toes in the water to see how people would respond. And Polight said in the video, when the call was going on, the video that I had edited, that's earlier in the video, that the live that we're watching right now, which I will also upload that to Queen's Throne TV. So make sure you check out my channels and stuff like that. But yeah, I just cannot, bro. This is not conscious. You know what I mean? Okay, no. Okay, much love. I'm here. So yeah, I just don't know, and I don't care if Sanetta, hit the link. I already have had him on my panel. Just the way that they ambushed me when a lot of this stuff first broke out. I was on Rabbits Got the Gun TV, and we were looking at this type of thing. And then Enki backed out, which I'm side-eyeing him. I've already done videos on that. And even when they became friends again, I did a video on that, well, a live stream on that. And it's just really questionable. Like, I'm not supporting no predator. I'm not supporting no enabler. I don't give a fuck what they allegedly do on their channel or what products they come out with or what debate they're having. It's trash, bro. But yeah, I did forget about the time difference in America versus the whatchamacallit. But I didn't know who he was talking about at first. Forever. I mean, Mayette Forever. I gotta get used to saying that. Mayette Forever. I didn't know who he was talking about. He just said some French dude and all this and that. But he had said some things, about you, like, that you hate Black people in America and all this and that. Now, I'm gonna be honest. When me and him were going at it and he responded to me, he would throw out little lies like that. But I just don't know, bro. And then it's the victimhood for me. He sits up there and he's like, you guys let people like this do this and that. And I'm just like, well, how is that our problem? And what are we supposed to do? I wish I would have known before that it was you, though. But I'm glad that, this happened. P. Kelly. They used to call me Baby York. Facts. Baby York. You got to question anybody that was taught by Dr. York and still look up to him as his father. Like, he said that, and then he has these same type of charges. I'm pretty sure there were other girls that are, wanting to come out, but are terrified. It's overwhelming. The way that they prop this man up like he's some type of fucking leader or God in the community. And again, I'm going to say that HOK shit, that shit ain't conscious for real. It's really not. It really is not. And the debates, like, I don't know how many times I've seen them debate the same thing over and over and over and over and over again to have nothing really come out of it. It's just niggas sitting around talking. Not about bettering the community or anything like that, just talking. Like, oh, Jesus said, and this, that, and the fifth, and, this shit, and then they'll argue and all this and that. Like, I get what he's trying to do, but I don't think he's the right one for it. And then when you look back at the way that he came in, bootlegging DVDs and all that shit's sick. Oh, he definitely is. He definitely is. I'm gonna start pulling up on some of his Instagram videos and we'll talk about it live. But I have done some videos on even just the scamming part recently since the case has took place. I'm just really waiting for this case to take place, but this trial, I mean. But at the end of the day, I really don't need a judge to say that he's guilty. But I will say that Florida is very strict about these type of things. So I would be very, very surprised if he just walks up out of there like nothing happened. You got to think about it also. They did fuck up on his bail. It's crazy how they did not correct it or re-arrest him, revoke his bond. But he's gonna get something. And that's all I'm saying. Period. At the end of the day, I like a sheriff out there. His name is Sheriff Grady Judd. Him and his team. Yeah, it's he's a sheriff, but at the end of the day, he really they turn the fuck up when they do predator stings, which is very often, like, they're constantly doing them. They'll come up and they'll talk about how they just caught 30, 60, 100 and something predators through doing stings with, you know, the pedophile poaching. If you don't know what a pedophile poacher is, like somebody on some Chris Hansen shit to catch a predator, you know what I mean, with a decoy or whatever. And, you know, they do have, you know, teams that do that, task forces and things like that. So I do salute them, police or not. I do salute them for that, because at the end of the day, when somebody is arrested for child molestation or rape and it's put into, like, there's a case and they may also have to register, I think that that's a great thing, because then somebody could look up their background and see that they are a sexual predator. And that's another way to, you know, protect the public, you know, or, you know, there's other ways, but we can't talk about that online. So I'm not gonna. What's good, John Columinati? I seen you earlier, but I didn't want to keep stopping the video. Eric, I see you. Yes, he definitely is. So we'll be talking about Sanetta. It seems like more. You know, it is what it is. Shout out to the nurse too that let me know the information about lupus. I looked at that as an opportunity to talk about it on the page. I really don't know if he has lupus or AIDS, but I did want to explore that since it was there, and again, have a teachable moment about it, you know. Oh, definitely, definitely. And in Florida, they have, like, I forgot I seen in the news clip. So, you know, I don't believe mainstream media. I do go off of mainstream media sometimes in like cases of children or whatever. But they said that it in some city or whatever out there that they like banished the pedophiles. So they gotta like go live up under this community, which is actually up under a highway, because you know they can't live in the area or something. It's crazy. And I salute it, especially if it's true. But I do know for a fact that Florida don't play with this type of shit. And I also feel like whenever somebody has a crime against a child, whether it's abuse, like let's say a mom is beating her child and CPS comes and takes the child, they need to not only a mom, a father, whatever, an aunt, an uncle, it doesn't matter. They not only need to remove that child, but they also need to charge that person with criminal charges. And it seems like a lot of the times they don't. They'll just remove the child and it is what it is. And that's why there's really nothing to look up, because family court shit is sealed. But these type of people, now I don't know about molestation. 9 times out of 10 from what I've seen, you know, if somebody is charged with molestation, you know, they may take the child, but whoever did it should be going to jail. But I think that if somebody harms a child, molestation, rape, you know, same thing, you know, obviously killing them or just abusing them any other type of way or whatever, any crime towards a child should be right up under like attempted murder. Or it should be like you know, in some states it will be like capital murder if you do something or whatever to a child, you know, especially if it's violent or whatever, it's capital murder. Or you know what I mean, it's a more serious charge. They need to do something like that where we don't want to deal with these people anymore. Lock them up, put them in jail, because clearly they can't act right in the society that we live in. Like, we just cannot have this. Like, no. And I remember one time we were at this place, and she's now 14, but at the time she was 13. And I noticed these Mexican men were like staring at my daughter. And my king was like, well, he's the one that put me onto it, because I was like putting some stuff in the car or whatever. And he was like, look at them dudes right there, like looking at, you know what I mean, my daughter and shit. And that shit just made me feel uncomfortable as hell. Like, I almost wanted to tell my daughter, like, go shower. Like, it's just a thing when people are looking at children in that type of way. And I don't understand the thought pattern of somebody victimizing a child in that way, or just regular physical abuse, emotional abuse, whatever. And then, you know, just acting like it's all good. That shit's crazy. What's good?
Oh, Hotel Sister, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, greetings to you. I will put my camera on. I was actually in the shower thinking, I hope she doesn't end the stream now. I hope she doesn't.
No, you good. You good. You don't even got a cam up. I hear you.
Yeah, I will put the camera up after. People know me. I'm not anonymous or unidentified. I'm just gonna get myself ready, drop the daughter at the nanny, and then go to work. I'll put the camera on. Thank you for having me, Sister Queen's Throne. Now, I've used some of your videos during my live stream. I shared the link to your channels, and I'm glad to hook up with people who are like-minded because to make the long story short, I know of Sam for long. I've been online for 18 years. I started my website in 2004, so I've seen a lot of things been going on. Now, about 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, I went on SaaS platform as a guest, and the first time I went as a guest, I addressed the Mighty Hebrew, and I played the excerpt. And so I said, actually, Garfield said, the Mighty Hebrew, there was some sexual misconduct. Saneter said, oh, no, we don't want to talk about that. I said, all right. I'm just talking about what's public because Garfield said that publicly. And I kept pushing. I get some respect because he's like, you don't want to talk about it, fine. But then in my extended intro, I show all the times when Saneter and I talked about child molesters. He talked about Nassim Yashuba. He said Mighty Hebrew went to jail for that. Then he got violated again. Later on, I found a clip and explained that what he means by violated is that the guy went to jail for child molestation, came out of jail, and then tried to F with another young girl. It came out of Saneter's own mouth. He told Reggie, Reggie, you give information to Nassim Yashuba. Now that we know he's a pedophile, you don't have any regrets? Reggie said no 3 times in a row. Butler Elder Reggie, 56 or 57 years old, says he has no regret giving information to a Hebrew against Cyrus Seti. And turns out the Hebrew not only was a child molester according to them, that he had sex with his partner's or his wife's daughter, but he even tried to expose Reggie. So Reggie had his payback, his karma, you see? Now, the Mighty Hebrew, they keep talking about the age difference. Oh, he was 17, she was 15. Hey, the paperwork has been shown. It says rape. So if a guy's an adult, the girl's a minor, by default, it's statutory rape. Now, if he's 17, he's a minor. I don't see how they'll put statutory rape, but who knows? Maybe they would do that. Fine.
Right, but Saneter said that they waited for Mighty Hebrew to turn 18 and then charged him.
Yeah, but Saneter,
I don't believe it though, but
Saneter doesn't make sense. Like there's a sister, I don't want to say her name because she already threatened to sue me. But she came on my platform saying, oh, he was exonerated. I said, oh, you're going to show us the paperwork? She said, yeah, I called him. I'm talking about the Mighty Hebrew. Next thing you know, she came in the chat and said, hey, I don't have anything to do with that. I don't see my name anywhere. And then stop using her name. But I talked about that. I said, that's funny. The sister said she was exonerated. Then she sent me a message talking about she wants me to remove all the videos where she appears. And I told her, look, it doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? She threatened to sue me. Now, the funny thing, the Mighty Hebrew left a comment on one of my videos. He said there's 4 types of rape, A, B, C, D. He said he was rape C, which is non-forceful rape. Where does that come from, non-forceful rape? That's oxymoronic.
Right. How do you not? Well, that would probably be, because she was consenting, like it wasn't like he was holding her down, but it was inappropriate because she wasn't old enough.
Well,
but that still is an oxymoron. That sounds dumb as hell. Like, how do you?
As non-forceful rape, but the comment is on one of my channel. I mean, I've shared the videos and stuff like that. So if you have time, you'll be able to see it. Definitely. But it's actually the video that says Saneter and Garfield didn't say Mighty Hebrew was exonerated, but so-and-so did, so-and-so, because I'm trying not to say sister's name, she's tripping right now. But she decided to do the harm. She said, oh, there's a lot of black people in jail. There's a lot of black men in jail, and they're innocent and stuff like that. And then she was talking about the age difference like they all do. But I don't know if you had a chance to see, Sister Queen Strong, the paperwork. There's like 5 charges. There's rape, there's involuntary deviant sexual act, and there's some other thing and statutory rape. So what they're trying to do is mislead the people into thinking it's just the age difference. He was 17, she was 15. No. How do you get rape? You get statutory rape if you deal with a minor, and really you should be over 18 for it to be considered statutory rape. I don't see how a 70-year-old person will be charged with statutory rape if the girl's only 15. But let's presume it happened. What about the rape? So they keep talking about the age difference as if we're dumb.
Yeah, it would never happen. And yeah, facts. And no, I have not seen the paperwork because
Oh well,
when it came
yeah,
up, I had a
yeah.
lot of people like, no, that, and they were excusing it and all this and that. But I asked for information. Nobody sent it to me. But also at the time, I kind of had my eyes in blinders just on Sanetta and Polight. So I'm definitely checking out your channel. Definitely.
Yeah, sister, if you have a chance, would you have a chance? Would you be available today at 4 p.m. EST?
EST. What is that Central?
That's New York time. EST is New York time.
Okay, so if it's 4 p.m., it would be 3 here. Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that's great. Well, sister, please, when you come on my channel, ask me to show you the paperwork of the charges of Mighty Hebrew, and also the comment that he left. It's so amusing when he tried to defend his charges, and I would deliver, because I always deliver. I don't slander. And you see, the ISUPK, I think you're aware, there's a ISUPK member who went to jail for child molestation. Now, when I had to weigh in with Captain Desire, Sanetta used that opportunity to seek revenge against me because he didn't like what my brother Peanut King from Baltimore said. So they tried to make me look crazy. Sanetta was helping to Zaria. It was really me against two guys because there was no topic at first. So they ambushed me, but I kept my composure. But to Zaria used the
Peanut
opportunity.
King is your boy?
Yeah, I respect the brother.
Shout out
He's
to
straight up.
Peanut King. Yeah.
He's
He
straight up.
100.
And people trying to tell me, oh no, the guy's no good. The first it was Sanetta. First Sanetta said, oh man, I heard that guy, and I said, look, man, you can hear I was kind of defending you and stuff like that. But and then another brother, good brother, Chris MVP Harris. I respect the brother, but he is in a delicate situation. He has a debate over there, so I'm not tripping on that. But he told me, look, man, don't do the beef too. Then that guy is a troll, stuff like that. But I listen and I weigh things in, and we'll never all agree. But he's been straight up because he's been coming with receipts all the way. So I respect the brother, because anybody that's against child molesters, anybody that's against child molestation, I respect that. So with Zariak said, oh, my brother, he's known as King Ty. Even that guy left a comment on my video, because I made a video entitled, "Is this Hebrew Israelite in jail for rape?" He came and left a comment and said, I'm right here, Lord, what the F? As in, oh, I'm not in jail. So then I asked him, look, that sister, the author of the book, Why I Left the Hebrews, or like Hannah D. Spivey, or she said, you went to jail for rape. Is it true? He didn't reply. Then several people said, look, man, reply. Anybody would defend themselves against such an accusation. He didn't reply. So I told that to Tazariak. And Tazariak said, oh, no, that's slander. The dude is free and stuff like that. So they're playing on the fact that he's not in jail, but he went to jail. And a couple of days after the weighing, somebody shared a video. I think it was Ching Ching, but somebody in my chat shared a video where Tazariak, Captain Tazariak from ISUPK, out of his own mouth, on the Cross the Line radio, there's a sister that called in and asked him, do you have a homie that's in jail now for child molestation and you still support him financially? He replied, yes. And he went on to explain that yes, you haven't seen that, sister? Please ask me to show you that. I have that, sister. I have all the receipts. And I'm not slandering. I'm not lying. And he said yes, and he explained that the brother, the ISUPK brother, was found guilty. There was a guilty verdict. But he feels like he's innocent, so he supports him. So those guys, they crossed the line against Polight. They talked about York. And they went at Polight. Polight is half his size, because when he was Shaka Amos, he didn't have the same energy, and I showed that. But anyway, so when Polight was accused, I remember Tazariak going in, telling Sanetta, no, you got to leave him in his mess. He put himself in it. But Polight, I've been saying he hasn't been charged yet. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's going to be horrible for Polight?
Polight's been charged, but he's not.
He's been charged, but he hasn't been condemned. He hasn't been sentenced.
Yep.
So he's supposedly innocent until proven guilty. However, what's going to be very hurtful indeed is on tape talking to one victim or alleged victim of Dr. York, and he said, okay, even if he did all these things, I would still see him as my God. That's going to be damaging in court.
And my father.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think he said something like that. But I play that as well. You know what I'm saying? So Tazariak is on tape saying, and he was very uncomfortable. And that dude, that Puerto Rican dude, Katazak, I think he's the one who played an audio that says, shut the F up, and then they cut the sister off because Tazariak was so uncomfortable dealing with this issue. The ISU PK member was convicted for child molestation, yet they still support him. So when I say the House of Rape as a nickname, it's because Saneter willingly allows convicted child molesters to be on his platform just for money. And then he has the nerve to label me and other people as haters. He said that I'm slandering, and indeed he calls me French and stuff like that. The Amenwa Squad, Onk, Reggie, they've been doing that. When they cannot defeat you with the information, then they do some xenophobic stuff, set tripping stuff, as if the geographic location plays any part into the conversation. But I don't want to be too long with you, sister.
Oh, you good. You good. Yeah, I feel you. And they did a lot of that to me, death threats, put out some information that was not true. They tried to say that some white lady was my mom, shout out to white people or whatever, I guess. But you know what I mean? It was just weird. And all of it was lies. And I'm debunking it. And, he would be quiet. You know what I mean? So
yeah, and that's what
but never know. I sold some dope, you know what I mean, before I kind of woke up and was like, damn, this is life. You know what I mean?
Did as well.
But nothing
Saneter did as
violent
well.
or against no kids. Yeah.
Yes, Saneter did as well. So if they want to play with that, then he got to get a taste of his own medicine. Those
facts. I exposed that too. That too because he was threatening to sue me and Tasha K and some other people, and we pulled up with her response, and she went over his charges. And the needle thing, him talking about so and so had him take the needle out his arm. I forgot who he was talking about.
Yeah, I think he's talking about Farrakhan or Khalid Abdul Muhammad or somebody from this Asiatic Black Man movement.
I think it was Abdul Muhammad. Yep.
Yeah, because he was part of the NBPP. No, but he came clean with that. He talked about it. Many people, being in the street did some things. I'm not tripping on that. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X sold drugs. You know what I'm saying? But Malcolm X didn't molest no child. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly.
Those
two different things.
When the sisters threatened to sue me, I told the people, she's not alone. Those people, they don't move alone. Saneter cannot hold his own by himself. He always needs his Power Rangers to help him. Not Garfield. Garfield is the first one who spoke publicly on audio about Mighty Hebrew. I read messages years ago, people saying that, but people are anonymous and identified. You don't know who they are. But Garfield Reed spoke on that. And the funny thing is that I told the people, look, this is a video of Garfield Reed going in on Mighty Hebrew. He showed I played the excerpt. At first, I shared the link in my community timeline on YouTube. Next thing I know, he put the video private, but I already saved it before I shared it. You know what I'm saying? And Garfield Reed went on the Mighty Hebrew. But then when I was on Saneter as a guest for the first time, and I mentioned the thing, Garfield Reed called in and he said, the Mighty Hebrew called me. So now they're cool. They're homies now. You have to wonder why. And Garfield Reed is known to be a scammer. Even born A4G, he's not anonymous or unidentified. He's a regular on my channel. He said his own brother was scammed by Garfield Reed. And Garfield Reed been lying about his bachelor's degree in history that nobody has seen. He sent an invoice for $1,800 to show his degree. And brother Uncle he's capping for him. Reggie is capping for him. Saneter is capping for him. And you see, a lot of yes men. Yeah, Chris and VP Harris, he said, and I have it on tape, he said, you don't have a bachelor's degree in history, dog. I cap for you on Shaka's channel, but I'm not capping for you anymore, you see? And I want to say, sister, besides the rape charges of Polight, Saneter is on tape saying that Polight scammed him of more than $10,000. He said that Polight scammed children, that he scammed women. So why would you have him on your platform? That makes you, that's it. And now Saneter is mad, you know what I'm saying? And I heard he talked about my mom and dad. Yesterday during the live stream, I called him on WhatsApp. He didn't pick up. I left him a vocal note and a written message. You know what I'm saying? So now I didn't hear it. But people on my channel, he said, my parents are liars. How would he know my parents are liars? He doesn't know them. He never spoken to them. So now he wants to talk about family members. I'm like, okay, all right. I was going to take it easy on him, but now it's on, man. It's on. So indeed,
as soon as you get to talking about his family members, he gonna have amnesia about what he said about yours. Trust and believe.
Yeah,
and I exposed Shaka for the situation with Chelsea, but Chelsea and them aren't doing anything, and he was threatening to sue me, so I had to take them videos down. But I still feel the same way. I feel that Shaka is a predator. So
well,
when you
I don't know
put
about
all
that.
them people together, I'm
I
just
don't know
saying.
about. I don't know about. I mean, I've been knowing Shaka for years. Shaka Amos, of course, because my name is Shaka Ndugu Kemet. My name is spending only 1K, but um um I heard the sister who's allegedly the young girl that he was with, because people said he was with the. Hold on, I'm gonna put my headset. Hold on. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, how come? Hold on. I don't have the sound on my headset. Just
I
one
hear
second,
you.
please. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on.
Just
Just
in
one
case
second,
it
please.
doesn't come back.
Gotta make sure it's connecting. Hold on. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
I don't know why the sound is not coming on my headset. It's always like that. Um, but okay, I hold it. Yeah, I heard the young girl who says that he went with the mother first and then with her, but she did say that her mother manipulates men, you know, and she came out. And okay, let's let me just make the long story short. If he went with the mother, then with the daughter, it's not a crime, it's not an offense. Now, morally, I understand that people have issues at that, but to call him a predator, personally, I wouldn't say that. Now, if she claims that she was so young, yes, indeed, but I really don't know. So, I have my reserves. I think we have to be careful because I think we have the right to talk about this, but I think we should really concentrate on people who are convicted for these things, because if they are convicted in a court of law, yeah, but go ahead, sister,
That's
go
the
ahead.
problem, though.
Go
A
ahead,
lot
go
of
ahead.
the times, survivors or victims don't want to come forward. They're nervous or whatever, and
Yeah.
they're not. These people are not convicted. They end up taking it to their grave or just whatever. And no, it's not documented. So there is predators that are running around here that have been molesting children in real life, looking at CP, child porn, and so you can't always, be. I'm an advocate, against it, but for survivors, and I'm also a survivor myself, so I don't take this lightly. Like, I don't want you to think that I just run around and be like, he's a predator, she's a predator, you know what I mean? Because I call out females too. But I'm just saying, but I don't want to put you in a tough spot and stuff, so we can just leave that alone. But yeah, I feel what you're saying.
Yeah, sister, because like at the end of the day, the House of Rape, Frankie Sanetta and these other guys, who knows, maybe somebody will accuse me or something like that. And I will be like, I will hope that at least people wait for me to go to court before they label me that, but it is sensitive with Shaka Amos. I understand, but personally, he hasn't been charged, and I've been seeing him for years, doing sharing the information. So I have my reserves about that, But I understand that people have the right to speak on what they heard. We have to talk about about everything that affects Black people. But then trust me.
I was just doing my part as an advocate, and she
Oh
had
yeah, I
hit the
understand. I
panel.
understand.
I was on
Yeah,
Rabbit's Got the Gun, so
yeah,
that's where it kind of came out at
yeah,
first. Well, I guess it's been out before, but I'm just
yeah.
saying. But I
And
feel
I
you,
heard you.
though. I feel where you're coming from on
Yeah,
it.
and I heard you earlier mentioning Enki. Enki is quite strange because he's been beefing with them, then making up with them. He
Facts.
separated from Polight, then he came back. Oh, Polight got me a house, and I'm like, man, those guys don't stand on principle.
Right.
You're gonna make insinuation about Polight, you know what I'm saying, and then you come back and then you beef again and stuff like that. So to me, he's not reliable. To
I
me, he's not
agree.
reliable. But
I agree.
no. All right. But sister, I'm gonna get my daughter ready. Do you think you'll be on for like another 10 or 15 minutes?
I could be, yeah.
Yeah. So this way, I be in the car and I have my webcam I just want to prepare a baby girl. She's 3 years old. So
Okay, okay,
if you can give me 10, 15 minutes, then I'll be right back with you, sister.
okay.
All right. Thank you. So I'll speak to you soon. All right.
Yep, I'll be
Okay.
here.
All
All
right.
right. So yeah, there's that whole thing. Let me see. Let me see if I got something. Because I just don't know anymore. Like, I just maybe we could watch a part of that video that I played earlier.
And sorry,
Until
sister.
he comes back. Oh,
Yeah, sorry,
you're
sister.
still here?
I will. Yeah, I'm just gonna be on mute for a while, but I will check your video later on. But I want to tell you, people have been telling me, look, Shaka, deal with the information. That's not the information. Every day I upload artifacts from museums about Kemet, thousands of years old, 2,000 years old, 3,000 years old. Nobody comments on that. Nobody cares. But the funny thing is that when it's like, arrête, Néhou. Tu veux quoi? Tu veux quoi? I'm sorry, buddy. When there was a scandal with Africa Bambaataa, Saneter made videos about it. We have Tazayak, who was cloud chasing. We have Brother Reggie, who talked on it. Ali Muhammad, Young Pharaoh, they all talked about it. So it was information. But now, when we talk about their friends who's convicted, not just accused, then all of a sudden, it's no longer the information. That's so ridiculous, man. And those people think that they can control the narratives. No, but anyway, sister, I'll be right back with you in like 10, 15 minutes.
All right. I'm going to play just to fill in some time and some space. Let me know when you're ready. No rush. Take care, baby. That's good. So this is, we're going to look at a portion of the video that I had edited. I'm not going to talk through it. Y'all could just see. Obviously, we won't play the whole thing because I'm sure it's not going to take him 40-something minutes. But if it does, that's fine too. But this video in totality without commentary at all will also be on Queen's Throne TV. So check it out there under the video section. And if you're here, hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you.
Buddha.
All right. Peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sanetta TV, House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. I am your host for this evening, and I'm not going to be long. I'm not going to be long at all. For those of y'all who didn't catch the stream yesterday with brother Black Jesus Minister and brother Sanchez, brother Polight called in last night to challenge brother Sanchez. Right after the show, Polight called me. So brother Polight wants to get back in the ring, and he wants Sanchez to be on the chopping block. And so for those of y'all who missed it, I'm going to play it for you. And then we're going to deal with brother Polight and Sanchez and see what y'all want. If y'all want that, I can give it to you. All right. If y'all want that smoke, y'all want that fire. Sanchez said he's willing to do it. He's willing to get in the ring with a bigger fish. Peace and Black Power family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Brother Polight.
All right. What's going on, Polight, man?
I'm chilling, man. I got some questions. One of the questions I had is, are the other planets flat, or are any other planets flat, or is it just Earth within the solar system?
What I'm saying, when we look in the sky, we're seeing like Venus and Mars. That's the sun and moon to the next plane. But these are planets. Planet is a plane enclosed in a net.
Okay.
All right. Brother Polight, you still there?
Yeah, my goal is to debate. I actually was just curious about the information, and I know that this is Black Jesus and Sanchez discussion, so I didn't want to undermine the conversation.
Right.
I'm more curious than I am an antagonist, because before I can antagonize, I have to first learn. So I'm just curious, you know what I'm saying? Because I never really gave it too much attention, but I know he's one of the people that's like highly revered in terms of the argument. So I'm honored to be able to ask him, as he's one of the, I would say, pioneers in the movement in the Black community, as far as I believe, to the flat Earth. So I'm just curious. I would suppose gravity would have to be an illusion as well, correct? Like you couldn't believe gravity exists if the Earth is flat, correct? Or can you believe in gravity?
Well, it ain't that I think gravity is an illusion. I think it's just what they call it, a theory.
D equals M over V, or density equals mass over volume. So how would that make sense in retrospect to gravity being a theory as opposed to an actuality?
That's why I'm showing and proving, because the scientific method is about observation. It's scientists right now that has an equation for some of the most abominable things. Why? Because in a mathematical equation is just a mathematical way of supporting a theory, and numbers can lie.
When we use the word theory, there's a distinction to be made amongst theory and then scientific theory. So the theory I believe you're talking about is the general sense of the meaning, and that's when, we're not sure. there's implications, there's intimations we would like to believe, things kind of suggest or allude to, and that's just a general theory. But then scientific theory is actually something that's actually tried and proven over and over, and yet to be proven wrong. And that's scientific theory. So scientific theory gets tried and proven over and over and over and over and over and over. But the other theory is the one that's more like a hypothesis or educated guess. So I think that's where this gets a little convoluted, because I'm more focusing on, if we are going to talk about theory, I'm more leaning on the scientific theory that's going through the protocols for observation. So that way we're not led astray. Not to digress, but just to address somebody in the chat who says basically if it's proven, then it's not a theory. So what am I talking about? So the word theory, as most of you guys know it, you know it alludes to something that's not definitive. It alludes to just speculation and the unknown. But when you talk about scientific theory, the word takes on a different connotation. You can't let the word theory throw you off, because now we're prefixing scientific theory to it. And then you got to go into the etymology of the word theory, which simply means to observe or to speculate. So based on speculation, we are now being impelled to conduct the scientific method. And when the scientific method is employed, then we're able to accumulate enough results so we're not just dealing with belief, so we can definitively conclude that this thing checks out. So don't let the word throw you off, because the problem is you're not aware of the many facets or different genres and how a word can be used and change. Or
Let me say something real quick, y'all. Let me say something to you real quick. Let me look at y'all so y'all can look me in my eyes. Every day, you got a no good, filthy, dirty ass nigga in France. Every day, make slandered videos about Saneter being a child molester, right? Every day. This goes on every day. This nigga want my peanuts in his mouth, but he can't get that because I don't get down like that, okay? So every day, you got a filthy ass French nigga that call y'all monkeys over here. He call y'all monkeys. Y'all don't say one word about it. Don't you fucking dare talk to me about I'm letting Polight on. Polight has not been found guilty. Totally different. So don't none of you niggas say one fucking word about who I allow on my platform, when none of you niggas say a goddamn thing about this motherfucking French nigga over there every fucking day talking about Saneter and the house of pedophiles. All right? So don't come over here with that bullshit, nigga. I let who the fuck I want on my shit. Understand that. I know I'm not no goddamn pedophile. I know that for sure. But y'all niggas don't say a goddamn thing about it. And so in that sense, leave me the fuck alone. Get off my shit. I play who the fuck I want to play. If the brother called in, he called in. All right? Show the same goddamn hate for niggas that slander my name. That nigga want my peanuts in his mouth so goddamn bad. Every day. Who talks about another man every day? The French nigga was begging for me to let him on my program so we can make some money so he can show his metal nature and teach his metal nature. Huh? Because I turned the nigga down, he went on a smear campaign. See, that's what y'all don't know. That's what y'all don't know. And I dare him to come here and say I'm lying. I bet you he won't say I'm lying. Go and ask him. Two weeks ago, nigga, you was begging to come on my channel and make $1 that charge people to come into your class. How many of y'all heard him say that? How many of y'all know that? He wanted to come on my channel, a French nigga over there, and he was begging me to allow him to come on my channel so that I can charge people to learn the metal nature. Did y'all know that? Huh? And because I didn't accept that, I was like, nah, I don't want that shit.
Because of course he doesn't want to say his name, because he doesn't want anybody going over there and watching the videos.
Sister, can you hear? Oh,
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. He's lying so much.
Oh, I know.
I went on this platform the first time as a guest. He invited me after Reggie censored me, and I went there and I did my thing. Then I proposed to do the metal nature class, and I did it the next day. Then he said, if we do a part 2, it's going to be pay-per-view. So I contacted him by email saying, okay, you said we'll do the pay-per-view. How are we going to do it? How is it going to work? You know what I'm saying? For the payment. He didn't reply. I didn't trip. I might have sent him another message about that. He didn't reply. I left it there. Just like Jabari, I sent many messages to Jabari. Text message. Come to find out it was a wrong number. Even the email address, I think, was wrong. And when he finally came on my platform, I told him, I've been trying to reach you. I've sent you so many messages. He said, oh, for real? And then he gave me, the right information. I didn't trip. I didn't get mad. Him saying that I was mad over that, that's a lie. That's a lie. It's after he put that B move defending to Zaria, and they're convicted child molester, because at the end of the way, you say, oh, brother, you need to stop with the gossiping. You know what I'm saying? And I know what he meant by that, but it didn't work. It backfired. So that's just such a great lie. And I want to say, yes, I've been using the term monkey moderators, and I say it again. Any of these people that protects child molesters, in my book, they are monkeys. I'm not talking about African Americans. The people who've been supporting me the most for years are African Americans. So he's trying to switch it. It's not working at all. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a OnlyFans Mika. You know, I made a video about that on her own Facebook. She showed that OnlyFans picture. She said, I'm tired of being broke. You know what I'm saying? There's some other chick that we see booty shaking. We see them, you know, legs wide open, only the hand hiding the fanny. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say no names, but the Huckabee showed that. They don't have a problem with that. So that's what they're showing to the young girls. That girl that they say is the girl that Polight molested. We see her, you know, twerking and stuff. Who taught her those moves? So I was just asking questions. But all this to say, I'm not calling African Americans monkey, but I've been saying monkey moderators. You know, I also said monkey Sanetta, monkey Reggie. I didn't use monkey towards Unc, because, you know, we go way back regardless. But I did that on purpose to cause a reaction. I didn't like using that term, but they are clearly publicly cool with child molesters getting on the platform. So I just wanted to say that, sister. But I'll be with you in 5 minutes, sister.
Okay, no rush. Nah, I feel you. You don't even gotta say nothing. Now that I know who, you know, he was talking about and all that, it totally makes sense. And so, period. I'm gonna play some more of this. Take your time, brother. I'm here.
And so because I turned him down, didn't answer him. By me not answering him, it's turning him down. And the nigga would ask me every day, yo, Saneter, did you see I text you? I want to know if we can do this. Did y'all know that? Y'all didn't know that. But because I never answered them, because I ain't want that garbage on my channel, that nigga got mad and started, he even brought up the goddamn video I did when I talked about how the doctor tried to say I had AIDS. All y'all got to do is go and look at my original video on my channel. Don't look at a cut up video with them cutting it up. That nigga
I already addressed why I edit videos, because he's flagged me on numerous occasions, him and Nepal.
And then again, I'm looking at his comment and he said, didn't Saneter said that they diagnosed him with AIDS? If I said that, prove it.
All right, peace and black power, family. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hey, remember you went to 4 hospitals diagnosed with AIDS?
Yeah, I remember that. What else you got, brother? What else
Yeah,
you got?
man, because you said Israel doctor's health problem was from the Most High. So
Now,
what's
I
the
wanna
reason
see,
you
watch
sick?
you run like a bitch.
No, I'm not going to run.
Okay,
I want to know what's the
don't run.
reason.
So prove to the people, because the Most High said prove all things. Prove to the people that I went to the hospital with AIDS. Go ahead. I'm going to let you talk. I went to like 4 hospitals. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Go ahead, bitch.
Okay, no, I'm not going to talk.
Bitch, go ahead, bitch, because you said it. So now the people going to see that you full of shit, nigga. So prove it. I did something 8 years ago, and if y'all see me outside when I was on the street, I was weighing, this real talk, family. Brother Sutek can tell you.
In hospitals and was diagnosed with AIDS.
All right, so prove it to the people. Don't talk about it.
Let
Prove.
me play the video. Let me play the video.
Go ahead, play the video. Go ahead, play the video.
Hold on, bitch. Now wait, bitch.
I was weighing in about $130. Think about that. Get the fuck up out of here. Nigga, you ain't got no proof, nigga, that I went to the hospital and they all told me I had AIDS. I went to like 4 hospitals, and the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. You's a lying pussy. So get out of here with that big shit, nigga. You're a liar. I'm on 125th Street, and I'm sick, and I'm about to die. I went to like 4 hospitals. You ain't learned the lessons with the Most High was trying to save you. He's sending your stupid ass a message. I'm weighing in at 130 pounds, walking the street like a crackhead. Show them that I said I've had AIDS. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Show it to them, nigga. And the hospitals was telling me that I had AIDS. Tell it to him.
You ready, King? I see you back there. What's
Yes, sir. Yeah. I'm glad you played that part because for those who don't know, I'm not listening to his channel. So my subscribers tell me, give me a flavor of the thing he says. And I never said he has AIDS. I did play a video indeed where he talked about being diagnosed with AIDS. And usually when I share a video, I share the link. So if he has a problem with that, he needs to highlight the person that uploaded the video. Indeed, he mentioned, so he's watching me closely. He mentions what I ask in the comments. And in the comments, when people came and say, oh, he has lupus, I wrote several times out of curiosity. How many times was he misdiagnosed? How many medical doctor misdiagnosed him? Because he said himself he was diagnosed with AIDS. He said it out of his own mouth. I never said he has AIDS. He said he was diagnosed with AIDS. So what
yeah, he made this video for Uncle Suge though, because Uncle Suge, that was who called in. So, and anybody that's used the video or they made a video off of that video,
Yeah, and so we are led to believe that some medical doctor, or maybe more than one, and apparently it's more than one, probably two, diagnosed him with AIDS, but then he went to some other doctor and oh no, it's not AIDS, it's lupus. So I mean, there's some medical doctors who need their licenses revoked. You know what I'm saying? So he's playing on that. But for the record, he and all his fans can go through my videos and see where I said he has AIDS. So he's doing tricknology. And what's funny is that he said himself, I was begging him as if I was sending him messages every day for the Medu Nature class. That's a lie. But the funny thing is that he had me as a guest to give a Medu Nature class. And he went well. And then he says, oh, I didn't want that BS. So how do you have me as a guest to give Medu Nature class? And then you're like, oh, I didn't want that BS. That guy is so ridiculous, man. I mean, it's so funny. And indeed, now he's saying I have whoever I want on my channel. But he's on tape saying whether Polight is innocent or guilty, he will never be on. Just like, Tazaryak was on tape talking to a minor, a young boy who happens to have one parent who is African, And when the young boy said that, Tazaryak told him, well, it's either one of the parents of both parents, but I think it might be one of the parents that's African. Tazaryak, they were about to have their cookout. Tazaryak told the young boy he would not feed him because he is African. And people were in uproar.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that.
Yeah, sorry. Sanetta said, Tazaryak, you're my brother, but you won't be back on the channel. And 2 weeks later, Tazaryak was back. So we can see over and over again how words. And also, what's the other instance as well? Yes, he said when he spoke to WAC 100, and I have the audio as well, he said, oh, no, you're wrong. See, me and my peeps, I'm paraphrasing, but he said, we hate the Israelites. We can't stand their doctrine. But for the last 2 years, the people he had the most on his channel are the Hebrew Israelites. So this guy is just not 100 at all.
Oh, I definitely agree. We also, well, in the video that we're watching right now, I'm not going to play it anymore, but I did bark up the lupus type of situation because actually I looked it up and somebody with lupus, a certain form of lupus and a certain type of antigen in their blood can test positive for HIV, but the symptoms that lupus, people with lupus have, and they could change or vary from person to person, but we would have noticed them, like the fingers being like white because there's no circulation, a big rash right over the nose, various other things. But after he got done lying on you, he talked about the lupus a little bit or whatever. And when the doctor had asked him, like, does anybody in your family have lupus? He was like, no. And then he allegedly remembered that his sister died of lupus and his niece had lupus too. It's just really weird. but he said that he's not on any of the meds. And I'm not claiming to care about him, but it's just kind of weird if somebody would just knowingly just die, you know what I mean, because of something that could have been prevented or lessened. I'm not with the medical industry. I'm not trying to push that, but I think that we should not just throw out the idea of getting checkups. You could go off of meds or do some type of, natural type of remedy for almost anything, or whatever. I'm just saying, I'm not a doctor, but let me stop. But I'm just saying, it was just
Yeah.
weird.
Yes, sister. And another thing also, he has the same tactics. Shaka Amos and him went at each other. He went in on Shaka Amos as well. And I remember saying, "Oh, Shaka Amos begged me to come on my panel." So now him saying that I begged him is just the same tactic.
That's
Another
exactly
thing,
what he does. Yep.
yeah, that's what he does. And but the funny thing is that he invited me. And for a long time, people on my platform be saying, you should go over there. And I was like, I don't know. He has all these Hebrews lights, and I'm saying, I don't know. But anyway, Nepal, they were in a relationship. Now I was doing the live stream, and I was told she left with the money. So I went to look for the message, which was on Killer Priest podcast. And when I saw the message, then I talked about it. And at one point I laughed. Maybe he felt like I was laughing at him, but he said she ran with the money. You know what I'm saying? Now, apparently it's $6,000. Now this guy, when he came on my platform, when he said, Mighty Hebrew, he went to jail for that. Everybody knows it and stuff like that. And he talked about Nasi Yashuvel as well. He touched on that. He touched on Polight, because of course he used the term Dr. York, Baby York. That's insinuating that the guy is a pedophile. And I have him on tape saying, on my channel, when he came on my channel, he said, I was exposing Polight. And I have this, please ask me when you come, and I will show the receipt. He said, I was exposing Polight. Oh, you know what, sister? I'm in an area where the network is not good. It will last for probably 10 to 15 seconds. But let me just try and yeah. So he and then I'm jealous. All right, said out of his own mouth, I was exposing Polight. You see? But anyway, Nepal, he was like, yeah, I said that. I did write that message. It was a public comment that he left on Killer Priest. But then he said, oh, maybe I made a mistake. So he's accustomed to accusing people of serious stuff. And then he'd be like, oh, like trying to play it off. He has a track record of lying, of accusing people of stuff. And he's very sensitive because he can go in on people. But the minute you criticize
him, it's a problem. Let me tell you something, brother, because you're kind of cutting up right now. I don't know if you can hear me.
10, 15 seconds, because I know there's
no. That's fine. I'll just cover the. He had lied on me and said that I had texted him, and he had lied on me and said that I texted him and asked him what that D is like. So that never happened. Okay. Normally I'm cammed up. I just didn't feel like it. But what would I want with him? You see what I'm saying? So I totally understand how he has lied on you. And you hear these type of stories repeated, and then you see the proof, and then you just kind of already know. But I want, it's okay if you tell the audience and stuff like that, because they need to know. You know what I mean? So don't think I take anything I didn't know who he was talking about. I didn't know if you were, I didn't know if you were white, black, or what, you know what I'm saying? And then these comments, you know what I mean? But I understand now because I understand.
Black, both my parents are black.
Right. I can see, I can tell, definitely. You're Haitian, I'm Creole, so.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh, where are you from? Oh, Creole, like Louisiana and, people like that, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And I'm glad you mentioned it, because yesterday I did a live stream showing how he was disrespecting West Indians, and tonight I will show how he disrespected black women. It's a surprise, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's just amusing, man. But you know, him saying, you know, I want my penis in his whatever. I mean, I'm like, this guy's ridiculous. He talk, you know, Ching Ching is his kryptonite. Ching Ching is his nightmare. And he said because some people use the clip. There's a clip option on YouTube where you can just play an excerpt of a video or stream. So the brother Wild Funk did that. It was 1 minute long. And Saneter was talking, you know, about me, you know, saying, you know, the fresh N word and all that. And he says, yeah, I know you're listening. And then, I'm not even listening to the guy, but anyway. And he said, I know you're listening. You and Ching Ching, you know, with his panties on, hot panties. And I'm like, that's so suspect. Why would you say a man is listening to you with his panties? I mean, he's really hurt. But
definitely,
the
and
thing
everything is like sexual related, you know.
Yeah.
And Ching Ching does not. Ching Ching is not on that. You know what I mean? Like you could just tell.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, period. Like I ain't going.
No, Ching Ching has been bringing receipts. Ching Ching showed videos where it's those guys talking. Like Ching Ching says, those guys are telling on themselves, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, right now it's so true. And I wonder about the elders. I've been talking about the elders. Why are they silent? You know, I'm not talking about Polight. Polight didn't have his day in court. I'm talking about this Hebrew Israelite who has been convicted for child molestation and is on the platform. So we will have Professor Smalls, Professor James Smalls, Professor Leonard Jeffries. Now I heard Jeffries is having health issues. Some people say he's in the hospital, so I wish him a good recovery if that's the case. But there's Dr. Rikedi Ahmed, you know what I'm saying? There's Anthony Browder. There's so many elders. We don't hear them. We don't hear them. And we have this channel that invites convicted child molesters like it's cool. And now we are being labeled and called all kinds of names. But you know, sister, Saneter called Garfield the bitch on his own platform. And he called Reggie a bitch. He said, both of your bitches. Now, those guys, without Saneter, they don't exist. So they took in and they acted like it's cool. You know what I'm saying? But me, I'm not like that at all, man. I'm not living to be on his platform. I don't need to be on his platform. And I have morals, I have standards and principles and integrity. You know what I'm saying? He can offer me $1 million. I ain't going to rock with the dude because that's too much right at this point. You know what I'm saying?
No, I feel you. I've been up on his platform and he tried to say, well, you know, and she turned on me. And he's always trying to make himself the victim. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the same sad song. Like, you know, I mean, it's just ridiculous. So him, and it's funny how they always try to change the narrative. So now he's telling the people that I was mad because he did not invite me on his platform to deal with the murder nature. That's so ridiculous because I was going on this platform every now and then. He was coming on my platform. You know what I'm saying? I was like, okay, he doesn't want it. And I think I even told the people, okay, he didn't reply. Maybe he doesn't want to do it. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to start, you know, talking about this. You see, don't start none, won't be none. He was non-neutral with the weighing just out of revenge because Ching Ching spoke about him on my platform. You know what I'm saying? And maybe because I addressed the situation about Nepal, because it looks like he had a change of heart. He was trying to get back with her. And then he was embarrassed talking about, oh, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I made a mistake. What you talking about? You go publicly saying that she went with your money. And then like a week later, you say, oh, maybe I made a mistake. Man, please stop it, man.
That was a lie. Just like when he said that his car got hit and somebody from YouTube did it and ripped the bumper off or whatever he said. And we debunked that. Like everything with Saneter is a play. Like he's running game.
You know, I remember when he was trying to get money for a studio, and before the studio was trying to get money for the van. And I think he even said, you know, Polight, why you didn't give me money for the van? You know, I mean, the guy said that Polight scammed him of like more than $10,000. He said of his own mouth that Polight proposed to say, look, let's say I give you a donation. He said, okay, I'm fine, as long as the money in my pocket. So you mean to tell me the guy scammed you? But if he's giving you part of the money, which is less than what he stole from you, you're going to be cool. And then he said he stole from children. He stole from women. I mean, you know, what more do you need? What more do you need? So you basically, and that's why he's hurt now, because he's just all over the place. And you know, now when people say that he's on some stuff, I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised, because he says things and he says it's opposite, and he's extra sensitive when you criticize him. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we could even have that grown man conversation, but the guy is just lying all the time. It's just ridiculous. And I said to the people, he could look good in front of the people and say, okay, right, I'm not gonna have convicted child molesters on my channel. You know what I'm saying? Because for them to act like, okay, the guy was 17, she was 15, as if he went to jail for age difference. He went to jail for rape. That's what he says. And I'll be glad when you come, sister, on the panel and you see the paperwork, you see the charges. It says rape. You know what I'm saying? So all these monkey moderators over there, only 5 moderators, they ought to be ashamed of themselves, because the record will show the future generation ain't gonna have no mercy on them. The record shows that these guys are comfortable being on a panel, a YouTube channel that has convicted child molesters, and that's the end of the story. And you know, Ching Ching mentioned the fact that they're using bots, and I think it is the case. Because there's that website, I forgot, but V Bennett, shout out to V Bennett. He's the one who let me know that you had the live stream. Okay. I showed it to the people live on air. I just forgot the name of the website where you can put the YouTube channel and see the estimated revenue. Now, when I put his channel that has, yes, thank you, Social Blade. And everybody can do it now. Put in Saneter Studios. You will see the estimated earnings. Put in My Art Forever, all in one word. You will see my estimated earnings are higher than his, which is a clue that most likely the 181,000 subscribers, that's mainly boats, stuff that they purchase. You know, because he has 1,000 people watching when he's live streaming on average. You know, after a while he goes up to 1,000. So when you have 181,000 subscribers, how come you only have 1,000 people in attendance, you know? But you know, that's a detail, but it is noteworthy as well, you know. So he's acting like he has the biggest platform on the planet Earth, and like if you criticize him, you go against the people. No, I have the right to criticize you for having convicted child molesters. And what I really don't like is that you will see in my extended intro that I will play all the times that we talked about child molesters and he criticized them. He said names. He even said there are many Hebrew Israelites who do teach that you can have sex with a 9-year-old girl. And you know that Punkonat, I don't know if you know that Punkonat from FOPE, that dude came on my channel and he confirmed what he said on Saneter Studios, that they teach that as long as a girl has her flowers, which means that she has a period, you can have sex with a girl. She can be 15, she can be 9 years old. I have the tape. And he came on my platform. You know, he even confirmed that they teach that the earth is 6,000 years old. I told him that's pseudo, but you know, hey, nobody's perfect. And then when I had to weigh in, he came at the end, kicking, giggling with Tazaya and talking about he wants to debate. So that punk or not, shame on you, man. You're a punk. You're a real punk, because you're acting like you are against child molesters, but then you go and kick him with an organization that financially supports a child molester. Those guys ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I don't want to be too long-winded, but there's a brother, I forgot his username because it's long. He just shared recently, and I shared it in my timeline. IUIC or ICIU, something like that. The guys who dress in purple. They were in the street, and a couple.
ISUPK.
No, the other guys who dress in purple. It's like ICUIE or something like that. But if you go on my community timeline on YouTube, you will see that I shared it. They're in the street, you know, doing their thing with the Bible and all that. And some couple, a black man and a black woman, say, you know, those are he's a pedophile, you know. So that's because of their doctrine. I think it's 1 Corinthians chapter 1, and I forgot if it's verse 36 or 37, but it does say indeed, if the girl reaches the flowers of her age. So the interpretation is that as long as a girl has a period, you can have sex with them. And as a matter of fact, you will see in my extended intro, those GMS guys who say out of their own mouth, he said, you know, we're going to get them young, we're going to have sex with them, you know, as she can be 9-year-old, she can be 12 and stuff like that. They're on tape saying that. Now, those guys are bold, because not many people we just go publicly and say that. It's not fly to admit that this is their doctrine. But no wonder all these guys are catching charges for child molestation, because that's part of their doctrine. And that's where the real problem is. And V. Bennett's been saying that what I'm doing, I'm potentially saving lives, because lives are being destroyed. But those guys listen to these individuals on this channel, then they might contact them, and the next thing you know, some single mother's daughter gets assaulted. You know what I'm saying? And we know
Right.
it's not everybody, like you said, that reports this kind of crime because there's stigma, there's shame, there's many reasons why a woman don't want to, you know, report something like that. And maybe the daughter wants to report it, but the mother doesn't want to because she's a single mother. She feels bad about it. And now the daughter gets molested. It's like the mother didn't protect the daughter. So it's just messed up. And those guys, they're preying on things like that, you know, because Mighty Hebrew, they said he was the daughter of his partner. Nasi Yashuva, they say he was the daughter of his partner. So it's always the same story. But anyway, I don't want to be too long with it, sister.
No, you're good. It's alarming that he does all that crap on his page and he only, for his yearly estimated earnings, right, are 161 to 2.6K. So he's only getting like worst case, you know, best case scenario, a little bit over $2,500 a whole year. Like he's not even really getting paid for any of it.
Can you see the monthly estimated earning, not the yearly, the
monthly is $13 to $215.
The 215, you see? So that's why he's desperate for the debates, for the cash app. That's what he's living off. He's not living off the how you say, the monetization on YouTube, you see? So he's like, you know, F integrity, I'm gonna have anybody and I don't care. And that's where it's wrong. He doesn't have to do that. But you know, like we said, he doesn't care having somebody that scanned him. He was scammed by the dude. He said it out of his own mouth. Now, if he lied, then that's where it's wrong. And as a matter of fact, Unc Akek, brother Unc, I think you heard of him. When he was on Tonya TKO, he said she played Saneter saying, "Oh, baby York, Dr. York." Brother Unc said, "Oh, he lied. He lied because they were mad about money." So on one hand, he says I was exposing him. But then Unc said he lied. What kind of lies is that? You mad about somebody about money and you're going to insinuate that the guy's a child molester? Shame on you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and you know, brother Unc said, when Tonya TKO said, she mentioned charlatan, brother Unc said, and I have the video, you know, I have it, you know, everything that I'm telling you, sister, you can challenge me on that. And anybody else listening,
I've been around. A lot of it I've seen. But
yeah, I will play all the stuff that I said. I have the receipts. Now, he said Saneter is not a charlatan, he's a charlatan promoter. That comes from Unc, who's running one of Saneter's channel called Saneter University. So it's so amusing. Even Unc himself said that Saneter is a charlatan promoter. Now, we don't see Saneter, Frankie, making videos saying, "Oh, Unc has he wants my whatever in his mouth," and stuff like that. You know, it's just a mess, man. It's just a mess. And you know, I haven't been making videos about Saneter every day. No, he needs to chill on that. But even if I did, going against child molesters is a noble cause. You know what I'm saying? So all those guys telling me, "Oh, get back to the information." Once again, when Saneter dealt with Africa Bambaataa, it was the information. So they need to stop with that. And they ought to be ashamed of themselves.
No, I feel you. I also wanted to point out that this artwork right here, I made that. Where it says Saneter at the top.
Oh, the banner.
The banner, I made that.
Okay.
For him.
Okay.
And I told him to take it down, but he still, you know what I mean, got it up. But I also wanted to look at House of Consciousness.
Well, you know, sister, I mean, I'm not trying to defend the dude, but if you made it for him,
I'm not defending him at all. That was when we were cool. I made it.
Oh, yeah. Because, like, you know, the sister, once again, I don't want to say her name, but people know who I'm talking about. She came on my panel. Yeah. And the Tazaryak said that Martin Luther King ain't shit. When we had the Wayne, I brought it up to him. I said, "Okay, no, you can retract that." You know what I'm saying? And he even used the term bitch. Now, when he said Martin Luther King ain't shit, all those people were offended. They came on my panel. We talked about it. We talked about the child molesters. She criticized the child molesters. And then the next day or 2 days later, she invited that Mighty Hebrew guy who was convicted for child molestation. So I did say, man, I'm surprised. You know what I'm saying? But what is it I wanted to say? Oh, I'm losing my thought now. But oh yeah. She came on my platform and she came after as well. And then she's like, "I want you to remove all my videos." It doesn't work like that. If you go on CNN, on CBS, you know, and you intervene, you ain't gonna ask them to remove your stuff. It doesn't work like that. Once you came in, don't ask me to remove everything, because I'm telling you, sister, she was capping so hard for Mighty Hebrew. She had the nerve to say he was exonerated. And when Mighty Hebrew left a long comment trying to break down Pennsylvania law and rape A, B, C, D, which I will show on request. He never said he was exonerated. So obviously she was embarrassed. She was embarrassed because either she made that up or somebody told her. So can you imagine, you go publicly defending the guy, saying that he was exonerated, and when you're asked to show and prove, you cannot show and prove, and you look like a fool. But she needs to be angry at either herself, if she made that up, or she needs to be angry at whoever told her that he was exonerated, because nobody has said he was exonerated. When Saneter said, yes, he went to jail for that, Saneter didn't say he was exonerated. When Garfield Reed said he went to jail for that, he never said he was exonerated. When Mighty Hebrew himself, with his own YouTube account, left a comment on my video, he never said he was exonerated. So those guys are habitual liars, sister.
I thought you were talking about Brother Polight, because do you remember when he said that Brother Polight's charges have been dropped?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I don't know what he's talking about there. You know, we don't have much details about these charges that were dropped. Do you have any details
that was
about
a while ago, but that video where he was lying on you and stuff like that, he had said, you know, he's not, basically I'm paraphrasing, but he's not gonna stop messing with Brother Polight. He'll have whoever he wants on his page, and he hasn't been found guilty, but he hasn't been found innocent either. I'm just wondering why. Okay, on one channel he has 181K, and on House of Consciousness he has 190K. Like, who is still just supporting this?
Well, you know, I'm telling you, sister, it's obvious. It's safe to presume that he bought subscribers, you know, because there are many websites you shoot a little bit of money and they'll
but YouTube will catch you though.
Come again?
YouTube will catch you though. They'll crack down. He would have been lost his channel.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sister.
Like
come
YouTube,
again,
YouTube catches on to people buying subscribers. So
well, you know what?
They'll take your channel.
See, check this out, sister. They do catch up on that, but it's difficult to keep track on everything because there's the copyright claims, there's the people who upload, you know, very inappropriate material. So those guys who buy bots, stuff like that, their views will not be counted. And that's the reason why he's estimating earnings. And maybe you can do the test right now and put my ad forever. You will see. When I did it, my estimated monthly earnings are higher than his, and I only have 21,000 subscribers. So most of the clicks, most of the views are not counted when it comes to the monetization. You see, so that's the way they're dealing with that, because otherwise, you know, I guess it'd be too complicated.
I'm just saying because you know, I don't like Bullis Gotti, but he was buying subscribers and stuff, and YouTube took his page. I've known other people that did it too, and you know, it's kind of only a matter of time or whatever. But here's yours
I don't think they would take down his page for that, because he has a lot of views. Now, if you start the channel and all you do is buy boats and stuff, buy subscribers, yeah, they might as well take you out. But if you've been here for a while, you generate millions of views. You know what I'm saying? They'd be like, okay, you know, and they might not even be sure that it's bot. They might suspect, because sometimes you have some clicks, they're invalidated. You know what I'm saying? I mean, people might not know about these things because they're not monetized, but I've been monetized for a long time. So sometimes you have more views and more clicks than another day, but you earn less money because they figured, okay, maybe these clicks, they were not genuine. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I've been monetized, but based on like my content, like when you talk about, you know, predators and stuff like that, oftentimes, you know, they're not going to monetize that.
Yeah, the limited monetization, you know, when it's like you know, yellow or orange. You know, it's not like green.
Is this V Bennett? Okay, that's you. Okay.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah. I can explain. Well, Hotep, bro, Shaka, man. Good to see you up here, man. You found it, man. but I can explain this bot thing, you know, because I know some people that work in some of these companies, right? So they have different types of bots, and some of them, in this type of technology, some of it's newer, some of it's older. So some of it's harder for YouTube to see everything, you know. And then some of them is very easy for them to see. But if you have some natural organic views, that's what's going to help your channel. So So they're not going to block your channel if you have some organic views, right? Now, they also look at
Well, I'm
something
saying
called
delete your
retention.
channel.
Yeah,
I
they
mean, like,
won't delete it if you have some natural views and you have a okay bot, then they're not gonna go that far, right? But if you have like the cheapest service and all you got is bots, yeah, they might jump on that and block you, shadow block you, or take your channel down, right? But so there's some how can I say this? There's some standards they use even when they're trying to estimate who they reward and who they don't reward. But the reality of it is, like Shaka was saying, if you don't use bots, like Shaka don't use bots, so they pay him for all of his views. It's just that simple. And when you start using bots, what they do is your views, the number of views might be high, but they're not actually accrediting you the money for those views. And that's what's happening. That's what it looks like is happening on our size channel. Because as you can see, every video he got like a 2,000 viewers, and then a day later it'll be like 7,000 views. Well, how come that ain't translating into money? Shaka will have 100 followers or 50 followers, and then at the end of the week maybe 500 views, and he getting paid more money. It's just that, but that's how they do it. You know, it's just how they do it. And of course, it shouldn't be about money, but people should be very cautious in thinking that those clicks and those views actually are real and are organic. So my assumption is Sanetta doesn't have as many organic followers as people assume.
I
you know,
agree.
and that and that
I
makes
just
us
couldn't
think.
explain it like that.
Yeah, and it's also like it engineers our responses too, because when a lot of our people see those kind of views and hits and likes so high, we actually think, oh, I need to get on Sanetta's platform. I need to debate on there because, and it's like why you getting more views? I'll give you an example. I'm not. It's a brother. I like his debate skills and I appreciate it. Chris Harris. Chris Harris might have actually more organic views than Sanetta.
Right.
You know, but if he's using bots, then who knows? You could type his thing up in there too. You could type anybody's channel up in there. You see, and they're going to show you the same information. So at the end of the day, just build your platform organically and be smart about it. Like what you guys are doing right now is you all are sharing your channels. One person is coming over to another channel talking about a real topic. The views you're getting are actually organic. So you will really get your once you get your subscribers up, you know, and there's a lot of ways to do that, but I could even say this. It's a lot of people that use decent bots and get their channel started like with just the subscribers, right? As long as you got something running on there and you're using a decent system, then YouTube probably is just going to give you the subscribers because they know at least your views are organic. You see what I mean? They're not trying to put you out of business. They're trying to get you into business because they make money off of you.
Yeah,
It's just that simple.
That is
you know, I'm
true.
sorry. I would like to say briefly, JJ7000 came on my platform. V Bennett was there. He started. I think you were there, V Bennett. I was still in Portugal, you know, for the museum, you know, because I travel in many countries for the museums. He said, "Oh yeah, I introduced you to Sa," which I think is some reality. He talked about me to Sanetta, but you know, what's funny is when he said I found him, and people were like, "Hey man, we knew him for like a decade." But he said, "Yeah, you were getting the cash apps," and I'm like, "Man, what does that have to do with it?" You know what I'm saying? J7000 came on my platform talking about Mighty Hebrew, saying he was 17, she was 15, and I'm like, "Man, that's the age difference. What about the rape?" Then he proceeded to talk about Chris MVP Harris, saying, "Oh, Chris said that he has a master's, but he doesn't show it. You need to keep the same energy with Garfield." Garfield charged $1,800 for his bachelor's degree in history. That's not the same. And then he said, Chris MVP Harris said he's going to go for that PhD program, stuff like that. I said, "Look, you can address it." Then he said, "I would come tomorrow and talk about it." I said, "Look, you can do it on your channel." And then I informed Christian VP Harris. I sent him a text message. Now, usually he will reply to me and stuff like that. And I said, look, JJ 7000 is trying to bang on you about your degree and stuff like that, you know. And I forgot the full message, but if I go off the page, it might stop the stream. But I said something like, you know, I didn't let that go, or I didn't let that fly. Christian VP Harris didn't reply, you know. So I'm like, okay, it is what it is. But, you know, I appreciate the brother, but if he goes over there and he goes sour and they do some foul stuff to him, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I don't know what I would do if you want to come back and holler, you know what I'm saying? Because himself, and I appreciate the brother, but he told me, you know, you need to get back to the information. But once again, when Saneter talked about child molestation, it was information. This is just a talking point. And I understand if people disagree with the topic that I touch on, they don't have to participate in it, but I shouldn't be told, don't talk about this. You know, this is child molestation. You know, this is sexual abuse of children. I shouldn't be told by anybody on this planet, don't talk about this. Because you have the Me Too movement. You have people who fight against child molestation. That's what they do. Nobody's going to say, oh, and another thing they've been saying, oh, that's old news. That's old stuff. You late, Shaka.
Yeah,
The
and then they
Bible
try
is
to
old news.
demonize. They try to demonize those that speak up about it. Make it look like
Exactly.
we're worse than them, bro. Pedophilia is the
Exactly.
worst.
You know, the Bible is old
Molestation,
news.
rape.
All this stuff they talk about is old news. It doesn't bother anybody. You know what I'm saying? So indeed, sister, I agree with you, sister Queen's Throne. They're trying to demonize us, you know. But Frankie can try all he wants. It doesn't work. It will work maybe with some of the groupie and punk monkey moderators that he has, but there's a whole world out there. No celebrity will want to mess with that. And you know, the funny thing is that WAC 100 disrespected him. He didn't use all this profanity that he's using. He doesn't keep that same energy, which shows that he's a punk. And Tazariak was real sweet with WAC 100. When he was on Saneter's channel, Tazariak was making fun of people, being condescending, and people would tell him all the time. He didn't tell that to WAC. You know what I'm saying? He pulled their card. But then with us, you know what I'm saying? They want to use all this profanity, you know, all these N-words and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's amusing to me, you know. That brother Unc, he was talking all that talk when Ching Ching came on and let him know he's from Be More and this is who he rolls with. Unc was pacified. We didn't hear from Unc for a little while, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's just for the record.
No, I feel you.
Yeah, Unc been gone for weeks now.
Go ahead.
Where is Unc?
Unc's
Have you
been
seen
gone
him?
for weeks.
We're gonna put him on the, you know, the breakfast of the cereal box.
They both from Baltimore. Ching Ching from Baltimore and Unc from Baltimore. But since Ching Ching came out a couple weeks ago, bringing all these receipts, Unc he ain't been on the net. You haven't heard a peep from him.
He's been laying low, man.
You know. So, but at the end of the day, they turn this kind of stuff into antics and into games and to this cat and mouse kind of game and this name calling kind of game. And what they do is the overall effect is that they try to distract people from the underlying issue. And the underlying issue is pedophilia, rape culture, cultism. And the cultism is like they're twisting people's minds. They're twisting people's minds in there.
Indeed.
You know,
indeed, it's like a cult. Indeed. Yeah. And I'm sorry if you've been, because I don't want to forget that. I apologize, brother. Child molestation, scamming, and Saneter shared Ching Ching's phone number to the public, and he told people to look him up. That was foul. I have Saneter's number.
Wow.
I'm not gonna put his phone number out like that. So that's what he
me
did.
Too.
So, oh, he did that to you, sister?
No, I have his number too, and I was beefing with him.
Yeah.
He was lying and slandering and all type of shit. You know,
Yeah,
stuff.
you know.
I'm sorry.
So,
I don't know
so I want people to know that Ching Ching said it out of his own mouth. He shared Ching Ching's phone number because Ching Ching gave the number to Unc. He said, Unc, call me, we'll meet, and we do our thing. You know what I'm saying? And Saneter took the number, shared it to the public, and then said, oh, look him up, look him up. Why doesn't he tell people, look up the convicted child molesters? I mean, these guys are basically protecting them, defending them, and inviting them on his platform. But go ahead, V. Bennett. I'm sorry.
Nah, and yeah, I was going to say that they try to distract people with the name calling and all these other antics. But the reality of it is that in these cults that he's supporting, they are destroying people's minds. People are coming out of these cults with mental illness, PTSD, all types of stuff. I mean, what type of organization has Black women join it And then they tell the black women, you're stupid. Forget everything you thought you knew. And they start off by gaslighting these women. And they
That's
belittling
General
them,
Yahana.
tearing them down to the basis. I mean, they're literally being allowed to do this. And you know, it's just so horrible. And they make light of it. Sanetta makes light of this. You see,
It kind of
the
makes me
second,
wonder if somebody is like funding him from an outside source, like he's pushing an agenda in a way.
I'm
I ain't
not
trying
sure.
to, you know, run with the
I'm not
conspiracies,
sure.
but
Oh well, hey, if there's any conspiracy worth pondering, it's the conspiracy with them dudes. Like, why do they just keep having to come back together? One day they hate each other. One day they undermine each other. They sell each other under bus. The next day they right back together again, talking about the same thing again. Why would someone keep wanting to describe why it's okay to sleep with a girl when she has her flower? Why do they have the need to keep going over that rule? How come somebody keeps coming up with cases of pedophilia and rape? How come in that same little group? How come these things keep going on and on? So if there ever was a conspiracy worth discussing, it'd be this. Because they I mean, and they use this platform if there is trafficking going on, and they are a part of it, you know, and they may not even know what trafficking is. A lot of people be doing stuff and they don't even know until they end up, you know, in the slammer them damn self with some charges, you know. That's obviously, you know, but if they're literally doing this and they know it, right? It's like, why wouldn't we see them as a threat? Because then they'd be using that media platform to do what? Bring in more people into their trap.
Yes,
you see, that's the thing. So we have to take that from them.
Yeah.
And they celebrate the death of Africans. Tazariak admitted that. You know what I'm saying? And when Tazariak said that Martin Luther King wasn't shit, some people were offended. They came on my platform, but for a strange reason, when they said they celebrate the death of Africans, offended. So it's a shame, but some people don't even like Africans like that. You know, they see themselves so different, but this is our origin, this is our roots. I mean, the guy basically said that they celebrate the death of black folks. Then I hit him with an uppercut. I asked him, do you celebrate the death of white people, of Europeans? And he said no. I mean, those guys greet by saying peace and black power. Khalid Abdul Muhammad would have slapped Sanetta if we would have seen that Sanetta allows people to say that they celebrate the death of black people, but yet they don't celebrate the death of Europeans. I mean, this is black power. This is consciousness celebrating the death of Africans. Oh man, you know, but the future generation, they will be judged, man. They will know what to do with those people. And we're talking about guys in their 50s, man. Reggie never said anything about that. Reggie actually told Brother Sekou, you are an outsider. You have no standing in our community. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. Brother Onk told Sekou, take your ass back to Africa. And he was trying to justify it. And that's why Onk is mad, because I played the audio. You cannot say that. I knew Onk back then, 10 years ago, he would go off if people would disrespected Africa. Now he has changed. Fine, he has a right to change, but I have the right to disagree with that. That's xenophobic. What if I start telling people, oh, you from America, you don't understand. You talk to your people, I talk to my people. That would be ridiculous. People should not be judged based on their geographic location. And to take it further, Dr. Ben was not from America. Ivan Van Sertima was not from America. Dr. Shekanta Diop was not from America. You know what I'm saying? So Reggie likes to talk about Diop. He likes to talk about he was on the translation team. He likes to talk about, of course, Dr. Ben, who was not from America in the first place. And then he likes to talk about the scholars that he knows, African scholars. But then he will be xenophobic and towards Sekou and other people. He even wrote to me, oh, after the Wayne, he wrote, Lord, you got destroyed. Keep Black America out your mouth. And this is a butler, Reggie, who is like 56, 57. I mean, this is black power to tell another brother, keep Black America out your mouth. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
and what he
I'm sorry
means,
to... Go ahead, brother.
He means you can't talk about rape and pedophilia in the conscious community. That's actually what he means when he says, keep Black America out of your mouth. That's the ridiculous part about it. You see?
Yeah.
And it's just, but here's the danger. Here's the danger. All they doing is creating division. If you're a woman, you're a B word. You see, if you're another black man, you're the N-word. If you're a black man that's not in their own, not in the U.S., then you're another kind of N-word. You see, if you're one that's in the continent, it's go back to Africa. If you one in the Caribbean, it's it's the same thing. You're not African American. All they doing is creating division. And then when something serious happens where we all need each other, then what? You see, so they're being totally irresponsible, trying to use African Americans' name, claiming that they speak for African Americans, when actually they're making us look like the worst people on earth. They're making us look like complete idiots with no souls, no morals, no principles. Now that's only going to backfire on us. You see, so people need to know these guys, they don't speak for African Americans. Who said Reggie's actually African American descent? Who said he is? Who said Saneter is actually African American descent? Who said he is? You see, and that's the wicked part about it. There's nothing about what they're saying that ever turns out to be for the right reason. There's nothing that they say that they won't step on and smash and smear themselves. You know, that's the thing about it. So they got a serious problem, but we got a serious problem when we allow people like that to just operate openly and freely. You know, that's the thing about it. Those dudes, they got to be stopped. Straight up. I mean, that's how I see it. And nobody need to be shy about it. If they want to threaten people, yo, you can't even touch me. You can't even touch me. You couldn't touch me if I was in the US. I'm from DC. If you ever in your mind ever think you could touch somebody like me, oh my goodness. All we're going to do is laugh at you. We're going to laugh at you on the street. We're going to laugh at you in the pen. You see what I'm saying? Like, this got to be stopped, period. You see, like, we don't have to put up with it. And them New Yorkers that's putting up with it, all New Yorkers ain't putting up with it. But, yo, New York, y'all need to do something about them scumbags, like, for real. Because that's in your part of town. It's your responsibility. Nobody can look at y'all like y'all serious if y'all just let that plague hit the community like that. You know, they just nasty, man. They nasty.
It's really sad that, you know, people get up to a higher level or whatever, they get their subs up or whatever they're doing, and then they just really start showing who they really are. You know, or things start coming out of the open, and it's just really sad that he's been out here in the community, I don't know what, at least 12 years or something like that. How many people were misguided, and also how many people subscribed to him and didn't hit the notification. And they just, the last thing they're thinking about is Saneter. They may have moved on to another portion of their life or whatever. But if they go and look under, you know, their subscriptions, there's Saneter is, and all they got to do is just unsub.
Yeah, I actually had to unsubscribe myself, you know, to be straight up, you know, but then again, they're going to buy it. I mean, I think if we just keep the message out there, keep the message up, and we will encourage more people to not put up with this. And, you know, because they can only be fooled when people not speaking up. And that's their main goal. They try to attack people because they're afraid that more people will catch on and more people will speak up.
And I'm glad you mentioned the pen, because worldwide, it's kind of anonymous. They're rocking with the child molesters, you know. The child molesters get special treatment in jail. You know what I'm saying? It's not accepted. It's not respected, you know. And in most societies, no matter the ethnic group, no matter the origin, people usually don't promote, don't defend, don't protect, don't invite convicted child molesters. But here is the so-called house of consciousness, where they are invited. The guy went to jail for that. He was convicted in the court of law. I'm sorry, there was a truck that passed by, you know. And once again, ISUPK have a member who went to jail, who was also convicted in the court of law. So every time you invite an ISUPK member, it's as if you're cool with that, because we have the Zayak out of his own mouth who said that he defended the guy. There's no getting around that. So indeed, they are trying to deflect. They're trying to actually, they're the one doing the slandering, you know. And Saneter, if you're listening, I challenge you to tell me when I slandered you, man. I challenge you to tell me when I lied about you, man. Because he knows I'm sharp. He knows I have the receipts. And I'm very careful with what I'm saying. Sanetta, you are lying. And all the name callings you do, you know, it doesn't faze me. But you talking about my mom and dad, you're going to pay for that. And I'm not talking on some gangster stuff or physical violence. But, you know, you're going to have to deal with that. You're going to have some karma about that, you know. Because that's really low for you to talk about my mom and dad, man. You know, for less than that, you know, the Dagger Squad, Garfin and them, I give them that work when they diss me. You know, the Butler Reggie and that Batishon. Batishon disappeared from the face of the planet Earth. The Riparian has disappeared from the face of the planet Earth, you know. Now, you want to talk about my mom and dad? Fine, you know what I'm saying? You're going to get yours, brother. I was going to take it easy on you, but now, okay, you want to go there? Fine. You want to talk all this stuff like I want something in my mouth or whatever? Fine. But you are a low dude. You should be ashamed of yourself because no matter what you say, the fact of the matter is, the same guy you said you will not have on your platform, you have him on your platform. And the convicted child molesters are on your platform and they get all the respect in the world from you, Sanetta, Frank Gary, Frankie, and the monkey moderators on your platform, including the OnlyFans Mika. You're going to teach the young sisters to do OnlyFans now? I'll leave it there, man. But anyway, I'm going to have to get to work. Thank you, Queen's Throne. Thank you, V. Bennett. And if you are available, we're going to talk later on at 4 p.m. EST. Thank you very much, sister.
Yep. I'll see you over there. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate
Thank you, sister. Peace,
both of you guys. V. Bennett, man, a lot of information shared, some things that I may have didn't see or, you know, whatever. But, man, I can't wait to see the information on Mighty Hebrew, because they lied to me and I should have known it was something. But again, I'm kicking myself now because I had blinders on. But if he was charged with rape, period, like, it is what it is, man.
Oh yeah, and one of those charges on that, it's like 5 different types of rape charges, right? And one of those charges is like implies something very heinous. I mean, not that they all don't, you know, they all imply something, but I mean, if you could, you know, I mean, in other words, the worst type
like
of violence. Just some, oh my, you just got to come on there.
My channel's unmonetized, but unless you don't
No,
want to, I'm gonna see it. I'm definitely.
You know, it's just because I don't want to say it inaccurately because it's 5 different charges. You know, but when you see them, yeah, I'm sure you're going to, once you get it, you're going to screen copy it and then you're going to go and investigate those charges and see what they mean. But it's I just wanted to say this, you know, everybody that's listening, and also you, my sister, y'all did the first step, and that is just speaking up. It's the same thing we did. All we did was the first step, speak up. And that's how we can find out who is who. That's how we can bring more information and share more information with each other. And that's exactly what these guys don't want. They just don't want people speaking up. That's how flimsy their arguments are. That's how scared they are. They in panic mode. And they should be in panic mode, because when you out there doing rotten things like this to your own community, it does come back to you. You see, that's exactly what they're afraid of.
A group of people, let's say a group of 4 people, might go their whole life without actually meeting a sexual predator or a rapist. But this House of Cons, House of Pedos, has several in their midst. I'm telling you, there is a trafficking, something hiding behind all of this. Seriously.
Yeah, and some of these organizations like ISUPK, GC, right? It's like they actually, I mean, just it cannot be overstated that they dehumanize their members. They dehumanize, they belittle women. You know, they are, if it's not technically trafficking, you know, see, that might be where the issue is with the with stopping people like this, the technicalities in it. But if you know anything about trafficking and what that is, technically speaking, then when you look at how these people are organizing their members, the women, what they're doing, there's like people saying that they have something in ISUPK called sex husband. And that is a guy who has multiple wives that he's only sleeping with them and he's getting part of the money. They get him on welfare, things like this. It's systemic. You see what I mean? And they're using religion to get people to go along with it, to make people feel like this is okay. And religion is such a powerful thing that people, it's like Stockholm syndrome. It builds up in their minds. They feel like if they go against God, that's something that they're wrong. They're going to go to hell. That's literally why people don't speak out. So what
I agree.
yes, this is a heinous type of thing. That's exactly what a pimp does to one of his prostitutes.
Exactly.
You know, it's serious psychological trauma these people are dealing
Stockholm
with.
is something very, very serious too. Like it is emotional abuse time, like on steroids.
Exactly. And when you learn what it is, and then when you listen to how these cats are talking openly, you can see like, this is starting to look too similar. Like, how would you use that to the that kind of language to the public if you're not using it to someone close to you in private too?
I agree.
You see? So all the red flags are out there. The problem is that too many people are not saying anything about it, and that makes it more difficult for the people that aren't that sharp and haven't really digested or examined this stuff for them to see it and speak out against it. But if you use your gut instinct, you shouldn't even have to think that long about it. We should just be very simple and just say, wrong is wrong. Why do we have to promote things that are just wrong and we all agree are wrong? We shouldn't have to promote it, but let's see how it goes. I commend you for speaking up, sister, even just on your own. The fact that you could withstand those little personal attacks and things like that, that means you way stronger than Sanetta one-on-one. That means you way stronger than the rest of these dudes that's got to jump on somebody and try to gang up on people or bully them. You're actually stronger.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, sister. I'm gonna let you go.
That. Yeah.
No doubt.
Nice
You
to
got a
meet you
long
guys,
string.
man. You guys was hot tonight, boy. With the, you know what I mean? Like y'all came to bring the pain. I feel that. So I appreciate you guys.
And people helping us. The people that's bringing us information too. They coming to bring the pain. And you know what? It's in the community's name. It's in the community's name. You know, the information is free. It has to be shared, and it has to be shared with the best intentions to protect our community, to protect our people, to protect our young people, our girls, our boys. You know, these people are literally out there saying it's okay to rape little boys. Africa Bambaataa. Cult. Hundreds right there in New York. They say he has 2 books with hundreds of his victims in it. You see what I mean?
Disgusting. All that is
what?
Just
these pictures, that's what they say. Now, what would you do with those pictures if you got your hands on them? Right? You know, you would extort people. You see what I'm saying? Especially if those people are in the hip hop industry. You see what I'm saying? Like these people are evil.
Definitely.
They
Facts.
evil.
Facts.
And look, if you pay attention and you look closely, sure, nobody knows for sure, but look at Chris Lighty. He's a big manager in hip hop. He committed suicide. Where he from? What projects in the Bronx he from? He from the same projects as Bambaataa. He was a little kid growing up where Bambaataa was a kid.
I didn't know that.
You see what I'm saying? So these people, I'm just saying, you might not be able to prove it in court, but what it looks like is evil, a plague being sent on our own community. You see? So, I mean, they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. They don't deserve to be able to walk around and harm more people. So when you add just Bambaataa up, and then you look at the rest of these scoundrels around them, Dr. York, you know, Polight, all of this behavior, it's a serious, serious problem. So they think that they can just walk around because they got a lot of people fooled, but they never thought that Ma'at is going to take everything away. They don't believe it. See, they don't believe in justice. They're going to weasel their way out of it because they've been lying and getting away with it lying, but it's going to take everything from them. It's going to break them down to their knees. You see, that's the thing. So we just going to watch. Keep up the good work.
Keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
appreciate you guys a lot. I really do.
Love to everybody. I'm out.
Much love. I'll see you tomorrow. Well, today.
Yeah. Blessings.
All
Blessings.
right. Bye-bye. Shout out to um V Bennett and Mayat Forever. I did give them wrenches because at least in here, I want them to feel comfortable when they come in. And if trolls are in here and they identify somebody that I may not, I wanted them to be, feel comfortable and stuff like that. So that's pretty much all I have. Like I said, them two brothers brought the pain today. It was, good to connect with people that are like-minded, especially males, because like just the way that Sonnet is over there spewing that off. I'm not going to say that makes males look bad, but sadly, a lot of, there's women involved too that are enabling and stuff like that. It's just a messy situation. So at the end of the day, I'm going to be on Mayette Forever's channel at 3 p.m. my time. And if you're Eastern, it would be 4. And I'm interested in seeing these paperworks on Mighty Hebrew because I've been lied to and now I'm finally get to see them. So I will be there with bells on. Shout out to everybody that came through, if even for a minute. Shout out to the Rewatch gang. I'm not even gonna play no music. This was very deep. I feel like in a while, this is one of my best live streams. A lot of information. I like when, you may not remember exactly everything, but somebody else that understands and was there, because when you're talking, unless you like pre-record a video, it's often hard to remember all your talking points unless you take notes. And I didn't feel the need to, but it was good to hear a lot of, Mayette Forever's side in the situation as well. You know what I mean? And then also hear about how he's been slandered and lied on by the same people that did it to me and other people on here. Also, shout out to Uncle Shug, Kenya the Craft. Anybody's clip that we used today is in the description. Do not forget to check out Barbershop Conversations 9 Wives documentary on Elijah Muhammad. Now, I'm not trying to sway anybody out of their religion or disrespect anybody's religion, but when it comes to Elijah, I think there was definitely inappropriate behavior there. And Sanetta did reference him, excuse me, I swallowed wrong, in that video. The video edit that I did make will be on Queen's Throne TV without commentary, of course. I'll upload it sometime, later on today. I'm about to go to bed, child. My king over here snoring, fell asleep on the game and all that. But I'm glad that we did this. I didn't anticipate being here this long, but I think I got my point across. At least I got it out because my blood was boiling. There is no way that this man is going to bring this predator or any other predator around without me saying anything. Also, we can't forget about Sinful the P. Rest in piss. But before his demise, he was actually an actual registered sex offender, blah, blah, blah. And Sanetta tried to uplift him, and I had already exposed him. When I brought it to him, he did the same thing that he did with Mighty Hebrew and kind of like diminished or tried to explain the charges away. So again, I'm excited to find out finally the paperwork on Mighty Hebrew. So I will be over in Mayette Forever's chat. I will share it in my community tabs so that you guys know where I'm at if you would like to watch it. Much love, you guys. I will see you guys maybe tonight or tomorrow. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable. Please stay woke because you will see me, hear my voice, watch one of my edits, and join the live stream with me as well. Much love, you guys. Talk to you soon.